Now we have quorum. Yeah, 6 now. Perfect. All right, thanks everyone. Let's get this going. We have a long night tonight, so let's do it. Okay, good evening everyone. I will now call the public hearing of April 15th, 2025 to order. This meeting is being convened in person and by electronic means. As such, council members may participate in person or by electronic means. For council members participating by electronic means, please ensure that your video is turned on, and let clerk know if you leave the meeting for the purpose of confirming the quorum. Council members are reminded that in accordance with section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. If council members attending by electronic means lose the connection during the portion of the hearing, we will recess the meeting until the connection is restored. If council members lose connection during the voting process, staff will get you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. The contact information has been circulated to you. Members of public can view the proceedings via the live streams and the YouTube link, which will be posted on X at Vancouver Clerk. In case of an emergency where we need to evacuate the building, I would like to direct your attention to the exits. There are 2 exits beyond this glass door and to the left. If these exits are obstructed, please direct your attention to the 4 exits in this council chamber. Please use stairs. Do not use the elevator. If you require accessibility assistance, please remain at your location and wait for the security staff to get you to the safe location. I would also like to highlight that there's a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway outside of this council chamber. We acknowledge that we are on unceded homelands of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation. We thank them for having care of this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contribution of City of Vancouver staff members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Sim has a leave of absence for personal reasons. Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Montague. Councillor Klassen. Councillor Meisner has a leave of absence for personal reasons. Acting Mayor Joe is in the chair. Councillor Orr. Councillor Maloney. You have quorum. Acting Mayor Joe.
Thanks, Clerk. Before we begin, I have some announcement. The public may participate by speaking in person or by phone or by submitting their written comments to Mayor and Council. Speakers will have 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merit of this report being considered. Speakers should also state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations, and if they are the resident of Vancouver, if it is not noted on the notes. Speakers representing 4 or more individuals or groups, including themselves, will have 8 minutes to speak. Each individual or group being represented must confirm their representation by introducing themselves either in person or online. Individuals represented by another speaker cannot also speak independently. Speakers may only speak once and should follow along on X at Vancouver Clerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so they don't miss their turn to speak. Any comments on agenda items can be submitted in writing through our online Mayor and Council public hearing feedback web form. This link will also be posted on X. Any speakers who pre-registered with presentation are reminded that public live feed has a slight delay. To navigate through the slide of your presentation, please say next so that the clerk may advance your slide. I also want to note City of Vancouver's long-standing committee to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. I remind the council that when addressing speakers and staff, we will avoid using gender honorifics and we will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. Remember that council's role at a public hearing is to be a quasi-judicial body, which means council is to only consider the merits of a rezoning application or heritage designation. Council members may ask clarifying questions from speakers, including the applicant, or technical advice from staff, but should save debate for after the close of the speakers list. After hearing from the speakers, council may 1. Approve the application in principle, 2. Refuse the application, or refer the 3. Or refer the application to staff for further consideration. Finally, if council does not conclude the hearing from all speakers this evening, we will recess and reconvene the meeting on Tuesday, April the 22nd, 2025 at 3 p.m. All right, so the first item on the agenda today is Jericho Lands official development plan. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? All right, seeing none, the clerk will now read the application and the summary of the correspondence received.
This is an application by the General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability to adopt the Jericho Lands Official Development Plan, or ODP. The ODP is intended to complement the Jericho Lands policy statement and establish requirements for permitted floor areas, land uses, housing tenures, public amenities, and development phasing in a bylaw. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing: 229 pieces of correspondence in support, 254 pieces of correspondence in opposition, and 16 pieces of correspondence regarding other aspects of the application. And that represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Thank you, clerk. This is the first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by the participant code 106-1445#, before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be added to the end of the registered speakers list. We have staff from planning, urban design, and sustainability here to present the application. Okay, please go ahead. Yes, please go ahead, Councilor Carbion.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks. Apologies if I missed this, but I'm just wondering, from recognizing we have an high public interest item and 65 speakers, has the proponent for the second item on the agenda or any speakers been advised that we're unlikely to get to that tonight? I'm just wondering if we have been proactive about managing the schedule, because by my math, unless we have a lot of speakers that don't show, we're not going to get to item 2.
Okay, can we do that, clerk?
I'm just wondering if there's any advice from the clerks or if any steps have been taken to let people know that.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. We have not reached out to speakers for the second item, but we can certainly do so and just keep an eye on it as we go through the meeting.
Yeah, looking for guidance from the chair, but that would be my suggestion, because I can't see that we're going to get through anything other than item 1 tonight.
So I will just have hard stop at 5 minutes just because we have so many speakers tonight. So we are trying to get through every single speaker. So I'll try to stop everyone at 5 minutes.
No, but Chair, to clarify, my question was, are we making a decision about potentially referring item 2 to a reserve date, or letting the speakers and the proponent know that council is likely not to get to that tonight? I'm just looking for some clarity on that.
Let's see how it goes tonight. And if there's a possibility, we might be able to finish. We just don't know yet.
Okay.
Okay, let's see how it goes tonight. All right, thanks, Councilor Carbion. All right, so please go ahead with the presentation. Thanks, staff.
Sure. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kent McDougall, and I am representing the City's Special Project Office for the Jericho Lands Official Development Plan. This ODP has been brought forward by staff at the request of the MST Partnership and direction from Council. However, before we continue into the details of the proposal, I'd like to invite leadership from the nations to make an introductory statement.
Good evening, everyone. Council, Chief Waynesboro, Yayakaluk. Gives me a privilege and honor to be in front of you today. I first want to, as with my cousins, acknowledge our two new council members and look forward to building that relationship with both of you. And congratulations on getting appointed as council members. I'm just going to say a few words once again, saying to thank the council once again, City of Reconciliation and our partnerships that we have, and cherish that relationship that we have as the three nations here of working along with the city and hearing a lot of the concerns that all the residents of the City of Vancouver have. And I just want to say on behalf of my community, it's a privilege and honor to be here and working along. And I've asked are there two spokespersons to say a few words, but once again, I'm deeply, words can't express the feelings that we have of getting our lands back and having opportunity. We all in our communities have the same problems of the city, the province, and the country with short of housing, finances. So that's the vision of our community, to try to move forward to solve a lot of things that are happening in our own community and cherish that partnership. So I'll now pass it over to Wilson Hitchcock. Yeah.
Thank you, Chief.
Hatsqual. Echoing the words of our chief from Musqueam, it's an honor to be here to share some words, and very enlightening and grateful to be an echoing voice for our people of the Squamish Nation, and echoing the voice in unity with MST, with our cherished partnerships and relationships with the City of Vancouver, the province, and Canada. Through these challenging times, we need solutions. But most importantly, we stand in unity. If our nations are working side by side, we're looking at affordable housing, attainable housing. This won't happen and be sustained unless we build meaningful dialogue, meaningful relationships, meaningful partnerships. And that's the path we're on. And we cherish this. We're sitting in the back room talking about the future. Where are we going to be in 20, 30, 50, 100 years from now? Canada is coming more together than ever today. But the Indigenous people, especially here in the city of Vancouver, are coming together in ways no other Indigenous people and families have never done. We can be leaders of tomorrow, and that's what we're doing. Cherishing, being connected back to our villages and our families. We're always welcoming people, and we'll always strive to be moving forward, but let's do it together on behalf of our people. Osium.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Khalsail. I'm an elected chairperson. I want to thank my colleague, a spokesperson for the Squamish Nation, as well as my relatives from Musqueam, Chief Wayne and Chief Jen from Tsleil-Waututh. And there's also a number of council members from the three nations that are here tonight, as well as some of the staff and community members. So we have a full force contingent of leadership from the three nations here. And it really is to, I think, demonstrate our unity as three governments that have come together to work together to advance opportunities for our communities, but do it in a way that also, in our view, brings a lot of a benefit to the City of Vancouver, a place that we have called home for many generations. And I just wanted to add to the sentiment of my esteemed leadership colleagues is the impact and the importance of the work that we're doing through projects like the Jericho Lands that the City of Vancouver has supported, and why moving forward in this way is an opportunity for us to continue to advance projects that are so meaningful. And I use the example, and I've been sharing this recently, is I think many people don't know the history of our three communities. They might not know that in our lifetime, we have elders from all three of our communities, including Squamish, that I can speak to, where our elders who are alive today remember a time when they grew up on the reserves in North Van, and there was no running water, there was no electricity going to our communities. We went from having a band office of one band manager and two staff to today having 500 plus employees. And that growth of the nation didn't happen just because of the goodwill of governments of the day or because of the good intentions of our neighbors around us. Many of the achievements that our communities had to fight for were through struggle, through negotiation, through adversarial relationships. So, for example, in our Squamish Nation community of Esslahan, we had to negotiate with the municipal government because they wanted access to a right-of-way through our reserve. And we had to trade, in order to get access to running water for our community, we had to trade land with the municipal government so they could build 3rd Street, which now bisects our reserve. And in exchange for that, we were able to get access to water for our people at the time and to this day. So when we look at the work that we've done to reacquire our lands, to use the strength of our history and our culture through the courts to create leverage with governments to work with us, it's not done in isolation of the context that we come from. We had to fight for these things. And today, when we look to the future, I think one of the main messages that I would carry is that the Jericho Lands is an economic development initiative led by the nations, majority owned by our 3 nations as 3 governments. But the impact that this will have, the benefit that it'll have, we have communities where we are severely underfunded for community amenities and community assets and needs, affordable housing, elementary schools, high schools, parks, community centers, language centers, elders living home, the list goes on. The impact and the benefit of this project is going to generate long-term revenue for the nations that's going to support those kinds of community initiatives at the direction of the 3 nations, however they see fit. But we've all come together in unity to achieve something that we can only do together as 3 nations who have ancestral ties to this home. When we look at the beautiful project that we've created with Jericho, is that it's going to unlock all of those benefits that are going to flow back to our people because we do not have senior levels of government who are stepping up to fill that gap. So we are choosing economic development as the way to do that. And that's why we're so proud and so excited of the work that we're doing here today.
Magic. I'm Jen Thomas, the elected chief for Tsleil-Waututh Nation, and just a congratulations to the new councillors. Welcome. I'm here to speak on behalf of Tsleil-Waututh Nation, alongside with my relatives from Musqueam and Squamish. I just wanted to go back a little bit further in history than Kasalem just shared. There was a time where we didn't even have the reserves in our shared territory. We didn't have the boundary lines that we now struggle over. The 3 nations still work every day to keep our relationship strong. And we have to roll up our sleeves and find those ways to work together. And that's what we're here for. We're here to work with the city. We're here to work with all the residents in Vancouver. My mom's famous words is, we're not here to fight. We're here to find solutions. We're here to work together because we're not only looking out for our future generations, but everybody else's, and we are going to run out of spaces to live 30, 40 years down the road. And then we're going to be wondering why we didn't do that a long time ago. So it's a pleasure to be here with all of you, to stand here with my relatives. And I'm just going to say, let's just have an open mind, listen, because that's how we learn, is by listening to others. Thank you. I forgot to acknowledge our past leaders who got us to where we are today. We've lost some. We still have some with us, but without them, we wouldn't be in the situation where we are today, where we're working together. So I raise my hands to all of those ones too. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. All right, so please continue this stuff.
Thank you. The Jericho Lands are part of an interconnected network of cultural sites that exist throughout Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh territories. At the request of the landowners, Council approved a planning program in 2018 to create a policy statement to guide redevelopment of the site. And a policy statement for the Jericho Lands was approved by Council in January of 2024. The Jericho Lands refers to a 36-hectare site bounded by West 4th Avenue to the north, Highsbury Street to the east, West 8th Avenue to the south, and West Point Gray Park and Queen Mary Elementary School to the west. The eastern portion of the site is known as Jericho Garrison. The western portion is known as Jericho Hill. The site is owned by a joint venture partnership between Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Partnership and Canada Lands Company. In terms of the policy context, it's important to highlight the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Strategy, or UNDRIP strategy, for Vancouver, which was adopted by Council in 2022. As part of the UNDRIP strategy, specific calls to action under 4 key themes of the BC Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act are identified, including social, cultural, and economic well-being, ending Indigenous-specific racism and discrimination, self-determination and inherent right to self-government, and rights entitled of Indigenous peoples. The Jericho Lands project offers many opportunities to advance the UNDRIP strategy and actions. Another piece of the policy context is Vancouver Plan, also approved in 2022. Vancouver Plan is a long-range land use strategy to create a more livable, affordable, and sustainable city for everyone. 3 foundational principles are at the center of the plan: reconciliation, equity, and resilience. The plan's land use strategy identifies the area around Jericho Lands as a rapid transit area, which will accommodate a wider range of housing options and employment uses over time. And the Jericho Lands are identified as a major project site for which site-specific policies, such as the approved policy statement, are to provide more detailed directions on growth and change. Another important consideration of the Jericho Lands context is the proposed Millennium Line UBC SkyTrain extension, which would extend the Broadway subway line from Arbutus Street terminus to UBC. In spring of 2022, Council and TransLink's Mayor Council endorsed the UBCX alignment, including a proposed station serving the Jericho Lands and UBCX. UBCX has been identified as one of TransLink's regional transportation strategy 10-year priorities. Since that time, the province has assumed leadership of the proposed project and is leading technical work in advance of development of a business case and funding strategy. Moving on to the Jericho Lands plan, it's important to highlight that the city recognizes Jericho Lands as an important place of reconciliation. Blanketed with MST Nation's culture and design, the Jericho Lands policy statement puts forward a plan for the site which is to be a high-density, mixed-use, and car-like community centered on rapid transit, which embraces its natural setting and is welcoming and inclusive. The MST cultural whirl, including the 7 cultural site planning elements, is foundational to the planning of the site and was created from the knowledge, stories, and input shared by MST Nation's community members. It weaves a pattern of interconnected cultural design inspirations, cultural site planning elements, and cultural design principles that will blanket Jericho Lands with MST Nation's culture. The conceptual plan for Jericho Lands includes a broad mix of land uses and a variety of building forms and heights, ranging from 4 to 49 stories, in proximity of rapid transit. The plan is to create a high-density mixed-use community with a variety of housing and jobs where daily needs can be reached within an easy walk or roll. Key factors in establishing an appropriate form of development include the relationship to the surrounding neighborhood and its expected evolution, ensuring new development is livable and neighborly and contributes to a comfortable public realm. Jericho Lands will accommodate approximately 13,000 new homes for around 24,000 residents and employment spaces for around 3,000 new jobs. The plan also includes provisions for affordable housing, public amenities, including parks and open space, and social and cultural facilities. The Jericho Lands Official Development Plan is the first implementation step of the policy statement. It is not a city planning requirement. Rather, it has been prepared at the request of MST Partnership and in response to council direction when approving the policy statement. The purpose of the ODP is to embed development allowances and public amenity obligations in a bylaw as regulation, thereby providing support through additional certainty for the MST Partnership in securing financing from lenders to progress project implementation. The ODP mirrors and translates key elements of the policy statement into an ODP format and bylaw language on permitted floor areas, land uses, housing tenures, public amenities, and development phasing. The ODP does not vary from the provisions contained in the policy statement, and the policy statement remains the comprehensive framework covering all planning topics related to the Jericho Lands. The ODP carries forward the proposed mix of land uses with a variety of residential, commercial, light industrial, cultural, and institutional uses. It includes 13.6 million square feet of development, including up to 12.6 million square feet for residential use, and a minimum of just under 500,000 square feet for retail, service, and office uses. The ODP contains provisions for affordable housing, including a minimum of 20% to be used for social housing, and a minimum of 10% is to be used for secured market and below market rental housing. Affordable housing should be included as part of each rezoning phase. It is worth noting that given the need for senior government and partner funding to achieve the affordable housing targets, and potential opportunities for attainable home ownership in partnership with the province, the ODP has flexibility to allow for consideration of alternative approaches to affordable housing delivery. This includes that for each rezoning, secured market and below market rental housing may be considered as an alternative to delivering social housing. As well, attainable home ownership opportunities can be considered as an alternative to rental or social housing. Provisions for the delivery of public amenities, as identified in the policy statement, is reiterated in the ODP, including for parks and open space, a community center, social spaces, child daycare facilities, cultural facilities, a non-traditional library, and a new elementary school site with opportunities for co-location with other community amenities and affordable housing. The ODP carries forward the anticipated phasing from the policy statement, which is to begin in the west with Area 1, Watchman's Hill, then moving eastward to Cedar Heart Plaza, Energy Oval, and Cedar Walk, then in the northeast area of Canoe Landing, and completing at the center with Canopy Oval. The anticipated sequence is subject to review from time to time, always in light of the overall site objectives, while considering factors such as the length of the development process and prevailing market conditions. Both the policy statement and the ODP contain provisions to ensure that if the implementation of UBCX is later than the completion of the first phase, or if the alignment and Jericho station location change significantly from the current assumption, the Jericho Lands site plan and approach to phasing will be reviewed and adjusted as necessary. That said, the general phasing strategy has been devised so that the first phase of development can be delivered independently of UBCX. In terms of public feedback and notification, the policy statement development stage included extensive community and stakeholder engagement over a 4-year period. This included 8 surveys, 5 public in-person open houses, 5 Inspired Jericho Talks speaker series events, 8 pop-up booths, and presentations to community and stakeholder groups from the local neighborhood and across the city and region. For this first implementation step through the ODP, staff provided updates to the Jericho Lands online webpage hosted on Shape Your City. An online Q&A opportunity was hosted from February 6th to March 3rd. A number of email updates were sent to those that had signed up to receive updates, and postcard mailers were circulated notifying neighbors of the site of the public hearing. An important note is that under new provincial legislation, Bill 18, Vancouver must implement a citywide official development plan bylaw by June 2026. This citywide Vancouver ODP will be building upon the approved Vancouver plan. The Jericho Lands ODP will be the last area-specific ODP and will be in effect together with the Vancouver ODP from 2026 to 2030. Bill 18 mandates all existing ODPs to be consolidated into a single citywide ODP by 2030. In terms of next steps, if approved by Council, the Jericho Lands ODP would likely be enacted in early May, and a Phase 1 rezoning application is expected in late 2025 or early 2026. And with that, staff and representatives from the MST Partnership and Canada Lands Company are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you. So please note the General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability of City of Vancouver is the applicant for this item. With that said, would the applicant like to present the application?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Matt Shillito, Director of the Special Projects Office in Planning, Design and Sustainability. On behalf of our General Manager, we have nothing to add to the staff presentation, but we would like to offer David Negrin from the MST Development Corporation an opportunity to address Council. Thank you.
Is David online or? Yep.
Thank you, Chair, members of council, and congratulations to the new members of council. I'm very proud to be here tonight on behalf of the First Nations. As we all know, the nations have waited a long time for development, but I think it's really important for people to understand a little bit more about this development tonight. And I brought a few statistics, what's happening in Canada and what's happening in Metro Vancouver. So the last 2 years in Metro Vancouver, there's been 10,000 rental units built a year for a total of 20,000 that'll come out in the next sort of 3 to 5 years. But in the last 2 years, we've only provided 16,000 ownership homes. And that's down from 23,000 to 25,000 that we were delivering every year. And so the total build out will be about 26,000 units a year. That seems like a lot. But let's talk about immigration. Even with what's going on in the world with tariffs and everything, we're still going to have an average of 450,000 new Canadians, immigrants coming into our country. Of those 450,000, we're going to have an average of 46,000 immigrants coming into Vancouver, new Canadians each year. So that leaves a gap of 20,000 homes per year for people coming into our country. 35% of homes in Vancouver right now are townhomes and single-family homes. They take up 81% of the developable land for homes in Metro Vancouver. That is a staggering number for land that's being used up by a minimal amount of homes. And I think what's really important tonight is what are the First Nations doing here different than most developers? I've developed for 40 years in Vancouver, and I can tell you what the nations were in discussions with, and it's been successful with the province of British Columbia, is that we are going to provide up to 3,500 attainable homes on this site. And let me tell you a little bit about the attainable home. The attainable home in Vancouver, a 750 square foot home, even in today's market, costs $1 million. We're bringing that unit to market at a 40% discount for $600,000 with a 5% deposit. So for $30,000, young people can buy a home in Vancouver on this site, and that's 3,500 units compared to any other site in Vancouver with developers. And I really want the group to understand this, because even at a 5% down payment, your mortgage is equal to or less to rent that people are paying from $5.50 to $6 a square foot in this city. So what are we bringing? And I think this is really important. People have to understand this is an inclusive neighborhood. It's not an exclusive neighborhood. We have 20% social housing. We have 10% reduced rental, and we have 3,500 units of attainable housing. And so it's really important how they've taken a stance with the provincial government. We are also delivering 2,400 units on Fairmont. That has been put in place. We've received the first $105 million from the province, and we're receiving another $660 million from the province in order to build 2,200 units. And the only way this works is by participation of governments. And the City of Vancouver helped us get this. And I can tell you, when there's a new government in Canada, the nations are going forward to get more funding to build more attainable housing in Vancouver. And it's the only way young people can afford to buy a house in Vancouver. An average cost of a house in this neighborhood is $3 million to $3.1 million. I can tell you this, I'll bet you 98% of the people in this room couldn't afford that house if they didn't have a house already. That's the saddest part. We have to get young people, we have to get members and attainable housing. Who does attainable housing lead to? Middle income, $91,000 to $191,000. If that's your dual income, you will be able to buy a house on this land and also on Jericho or Fairmont. So again, I think it's really important that this is just not a development that's exclusive. This is a development that is inclusive. And that's really important for Vancouver and young families and young people, so that people that live in this neighborhood, their children can afford that house. So again, thank you. I'm just going to let Brendan bring a few more statistics on today, but thank you again to council, the new councillors, and the chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, David. Thank you, council, for letting us speak tonight. My name is Brendan Cook. I work with MST Development Corporation. I won't take up much of your time, but there's a few things I wanted to address the community here with, mostly around questions that I get asked a lot about Jericho and about this rezoning in particular, or this ODP in particular. First, I want to mention that MST and MST Development Corporation and Canada Lands Company and the City of Vancouver have a very good working relationship. We have been doing many different development sites through Vancouver for the last decade. I would say that if we look at the Heather Street lands, we have good experience in developing award-winning developments from the planning institutes at the national and provincial level. And I expect that in the future, we may have the same experience with what we are doing on Jericho today. What I get asked a lot on Jericho is why the ODP? Well, when you're dealing with 90 acres, you're dealing with a site that is massive and it requires a tremendous amount of planning from civil infrastructure to planning with TransLink and the province for the train. So all of this needs to be secured so we can get started. Doing it as a single rezoning is not, it's not a reasonable approach, because what we start looking at is this project is going to take, could be 25, could be 50 years. We don't exactly know, but things change. So think about the things that happened when Expo lands were first being rezoned and developed in Yaletown. It's a very different situation today. So we need to provide that flexibility while still providing the certainty and security to allow us to do the planning and the investments in the land development, such as upgrading roads, sewer, water, all of these things. The second thing I get asked a lot about is density. Now, David alluded to immigration, but I'm going to just go back a little bit. In 1996, the population of West Point Grey was 12,885 people. In 2021, so 25 years later, and these are stats from Census Canada, right? So 2021, 25 years later, the population was 12,886 people. That's a difference of 1 over 25 years. So in 1996, West Point Grey accounted for 0.75% of the Greater Vancouver population. When we look at what we're developing here, or proposing to develop here, by 2050, so 25 years from now, and I don't think we're going to have this community completely built in 25 years, but if we were to have it built in 25 years, judging by what Metrovan has as their population forecasts, moving forward to 2050, to hit 0.75% of the Greater Vancouver population would mean a population in this neighborhood of about 35,000, which is exactly what we're adding. So if you kind of do the math, we're actually on the right path. We're accommodating for the growth that's going to happen over the next 25, 50 years, and we're doing it in a responsible way, transit-oriented development, well thought out, lots of open space, lots of other amenities for the community, linking this neighborhood to other parts of the Lower Mainland. I think the sum of the parts here are definitely more than the individual component pieces. All that to say, we strongly believe this plan makes sense, not just for transit-oriented development and helping facilitate the SkyTrain, but also to providing the homes, not just for the wealthy, but for, as David was saying, the attainable housing initiative for the middle-income earners, to have the people who want to raise their families in the communities they were raised in, providing that opportunity. So with that, I hope some of the census data and some of the population forecasts and the ODP rationale was helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Are there any questions from the council to staff or the applicant? Noting this is the only opportunity for council to ask questions of the applicant. There is. I saw Councillor Kirby on. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'll focus my questions first to the applicant while we have the opportunity to do that. School. The report identifies a need for school and that the delivery of a school is responsibility of the province. So just confirming, it says that there's co-location opportunity. that the commitment, if I can put it that way, or the intention is to set land aside for the school within the site? There's provision for that? I'm going to try to go through these quickly because we have
Sure,
a minute time.
I'll just stay up here. So, yes, as part of the, excuse me, as part of the ODP, we have identified there would be a location for a school. Now, the funding of the school is a provincial responsibility.
So just to clarify, for building, but would land be provided by the ownership?
Land would be provided in a long-term lease. Everything that we do on these lands, the nations
So they,
develop
nations
them as
retain
long-term lease.
ownership, but it would be a nominal lease to get the school built? Is that the intention?
Correct.
Okay, great. Okay, and then you referenced, I just want to make sure that I heard it correctly. You're suggesting that this area has some of the lowest population in Greater Vancouver, and if all 13,000 homes were realized, which will take years and years to achieve, obviously with building, financing, et cetera, that did I hear correctly, the population ratio would be the same as it is today, and it would still be one of the lower?
It would be the
capita
same as it was in
populations?
1996. The population hasn't grown in West Point Grey since 1996. So as a percentage of the population, West Point Grey over the Greater Vancouver population, excuse me, yes, it would be the same.
Okay, so even with the build out, it would still be one of the lower populated areas unless there's other significant developments happening in the area?
That's correct.
Okay, what if one of the questions we get frequently, and because this is predicated on being a car light community and achieving sort of more density, what if UBCX doesn't go ahead?
So we've been working with our transportation planners to develop a strategy where we can adapt the roads and the parking requirements. We fully anticipate that UBCX will go, but we would work with TransLink and the province to align with the enhanced bus routes and the like moving forward.
Would it change a number of your plans? Like, would you be providing more parking than you anticipate today? Would it change the number of homes you deliver? What kind of changes might you see?
The parking would be the easy number to change. Ideally, or not ideally, I think in reality, we're on the cusp of moving to a very different user interface model with the automobile. We're not there yet, but I can envision that car use and car ownership is not going to be in the future what it is today.
Okay. Maybe I will, on the public amenities piece of it, and I know you said it was an important premise for MST in terms of retaining ownership of the lands. I'm wondering if you can expand further about on the public amenities piece. We also hear usually in our sort of regular paradigm, if you can call it that, parks, community centers, childcare, et cetera, the ownership of those is turned over and access is guaranteed to the public because they think, oh, density's coming into my neighborhood. But we're going to have these amenities, and I know they're accessible to everybody. And the report references that they will be retained by MST, but operating agreements will be determined later. So, can you speak a bit to why, and could the public have confidence that people would be able to, everybody in surrounding neighborhoods would be able to visit the community center, for example? The intention is it would remain open, that people could use the parks and the green space.
Yes, of course. Now, those operating agreements and use agreements would be secured at the rezoning stage. Now, typically, what happens is these, whether it's daycare or social housing or community centers, they're typically operated by nonprofits owned by the city on lands that are owned by the nations. During the Heatherlands rezoning, the precedent was set that the nations could own and or operate the social amenity benefits that are landing on the site. It's not designed to limit access to community members, people who live in the neighborhood, by any stretch.
So is it possible, because I just want to correct one thing there, that typically parks and community centers aren't operated by nonprofits, they're operated by City of Vancouver staff. So is it possible that as the development moves forward, that could be a conversation? The city could be the provider, for example, in delivering? That could be one option?
Absolutely. For the nations, when we were talking about this on the Heather Street lands, and that's where the precedent was set, it was
I think I'm out of time, but Chair, can I move for a second round?
Okay, we have to ask within your 5 minutes. So
Maybe
maybe some
somebody else
other
can
people
do
can
that.
ask on behalf of you. Yeah, okay. Thanks, Councillor Kerbians. Councillor Fry, do you want us second round?
Sorry, Chair, just unmuted. Yeah, I move for a second round.
Okay, so we need a seconder. Second by Councillor Dominado. So all in favor say yeah. Opposed say nay. Okay, the motion carries. Please go ahead, Councillor Fry. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So curious about the school projections, and I know Councillor Kirby-Young sort of touched on this a little bit, but am I reading this correct that the anticipation is for 550 school spaces for this site?
I would have to look at the details on that. I believe that's correct.
Yeah, I'm curious because I mean, it's rare that we do these kind of big ODP projects, but it seems that is what it says in the report. It seems quite low relative to the projected population base, and I wonder if it portends future problems by underservicing the need.
We typically rely on VSB and their estimates. I understand that there's another school directly adjacent that has some capacity. I think the additional school, I'm relying on VSB to be able to project their business cases, if you will.
Yeah, and I think I would have liked to have seen a little bit more of that, but that's fine. I appreciate that it's not in this report and that this isn't to the extent that it's comprehensive on school projection. One of the things that I've also heard from the public are concerns about impacts on Jericho Park across 4th Avenue there. Is there any, I mean, obviously this site does not include Jericho Park, so I'm curious how, if there's any mitigations or any thought that has gone into what this project might mean for Jericho Park.
Well, I think Jericho Park will get used a lot more. I know that right now there's been discussions about water and how it may impact like the runoffs and such. I believe we've identified that the potential new inhabitants of the Jericho Lands will be well serviced by the open space at Jericho Park, Spanish Banks, Locarno, UBC, like Pacific Spirit Park. There is significant amount of green space around and adjacent to the Jericho Lands.
Okay, I'm going to jump back on. I have another question, but I wasn't quite prepared yet, so I need to put that back on. So I'll come back on. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Okay, so I have some questions as well to the city staff. Okay, so first question is, do we have the population trend in the past 10, 20 years in this particular neighborhood? Let's see the Point Grey area.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Matt Shillito, Director of the Special Projects Office and Planning, Design and Sustainability. Yes, the population was actually, as stated by Mr. Cook, since 1996, the population has essentially remained stable. We've added a single person based on the difference between the 1996 and the 2021 census.
Okay, and in the meantime, what is the population increase in city of Vancouver?
The population has increased by around 150,000 people over that same period.
So which is around 50% or something?
I think it's less than that. Give me 1 second, sir.
Oh.
The population increase was 148,000 over that same period, which was a 28% increase.
8%. Okay, thank you. But the population in the neighborhood remained the same.
That's correct.
Yeah, thank you. The other question is, do we have the vacancy rate for the storefront in this particular neighborhood?
I don't have that information to hand. I do know, though, anecdotally, that the West Point, the West Point Grey strip along 10th Avenue does suffer from much higher vacancy rates than the citywide average. Okay. But I don't have a percentage, I'm afraid.
Okay, it's higher than the citywide. Thank you. The other question is, what is the benefit having this project approved for the future UBCX? Because of to build the UBCX, we need density. Otherwise, there will be no funding support. This massive infrastructure project. So what will be the benefit of that?
Yeah, I think there's a significant benefit. It's the largest single site on the proposed UBCX extension. And I think one would say that the proposal kind of anchors and catalyzes the UBCX extension. There is a strong business case for the UBCX extension beyond this project, but this project certainly is an important part of it.
Okay, thank you. The other question is, the report says we have a $1.3 billion public benefit. I think you mentioned that, well, the staff mentioned that in the presentation. Can you also elaborate that? So what are those $1.3 billion public benefit for this project?
Yes, that's right. The $1.3 billion is the total public benefit and infrastructure package for the project. So that includes affordable housing, specifically the cost of construction of social housing. It includes childcare, 259 spaces for 0 to 4-year-olds, 240 spaces for 5 to 12-year-olds, 30 acres of parks and public open spaces, 15,000 square feet of arts and cultural space, a library, in this case, a non-traditional house of learning library, a 50,000 square foot community center, social spaces to be determined by the MST partnership of around 15,000 square feet, an expansion of the local fire hall number 19, various upgrades to the road, street, cycling and walking network, and various upgrades to utilities and so on. And that totals $1.3 billion.
Okay, thank you so much. So yeah, so I just want to make sure that people understand those public benefits. And also the last question is, what is the future plan for WPGA on the site?
I might speak briefly in terms of the staff and the policy position on that, and then ask representatives from the applicant to speak.
Okay, please.
We have enabled the continued operation of the West Point Grey Academy in a new facility on the site through the policy statement and the official development plan bylaw that's before you tonight. It will be based on a commercial agreement between the MST partnership as developer and the West Point Grey Academy, and perhaps they can speak to where they've got to with that so far.
Thank you.
Hi there. MSTDC and the Three Nations are in regular communication with West Point Grey Academy leadership and their board. We have a very good relationship with West Point Grey Academy. They were tenants, existing tenants, when the Nations purchased the land almost 10 years ago. And we are working towards finding a home in the new development. We've been meeting with them, I don't want to say quarterly, but certainly a couple times a year to provide updates and express our appreciation of their partnership, but also to ask them to help find solutions that benefit both the nations and the schools. So it obviously won't be in the same format.
That's my time. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. All right, so Councilor Dominado, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I'll pick up on there because I had a similar question about West Point Grey Academy. And specifically, they've written council, and their reflection is that the policy statement at ODP proposed to designate the future WPGA site for commercial or flex use, which you referenced, and they're looking for a community facility designation, and they stipulate to ensure that spaces remain accessible and available for public and educational benefit. Could you comment on that, and if that is a consideration, because that's specifically what was articulated in the letter we received this afternoon, I believe, or in the last.
Yeah, I can certainly expand to inform council of our understanding of the nation's understanding at this point. We, like I said, West Point Grey Academy is a valued commercial tenant, and we would like to see them continue on moving forward. Now, this is part of seeking the ODP, is getting certainty so we know what we're allowed to do. Until we have that certainty, it's really hard for us to guarantee or satisfy West Point Grey Academy of their ongoing tenure. Like the intent is there, but this is one of those things that the ODP allows us, that certainty, security to do the appropriate planning over the next couple years while we figure out how the lands are going to be developed, who's going to be incorporated in which sites, when, all of these things.
So can I extrapolate from that possibly, because I want to move on to some other questions, but that use, the designation they're seeking could evolve from if you get the certainty of this ODP in place? there could be a,
Well, I think the sooner we know, what is going to be permitted to occur on the Jericho lands, the sooner we're going to be able to have fruitful conversations with anybody who wants to exist on those lands moving forward.
okay, I'm going to keep moving for time. I want to circle back. We've had obviously a lot of interest in this project, but specifically, we've heard concerns reflected that, and this is maybe for our staff, but that advancing this ODP at this time without certainty about UBCX and the station at Jericho Lands, that we've got it sequenced incorrectly. And so I'm just curious if you could comment on that in terms of the progression. I'm not sure who wants to take that one on.
Seems like city at this
You're
point.
off the hot seat, okay.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, we, as in common with the policy statement, we've recognized that the planning for the site is moving ahead slightly in advance of the certainty being provided on UBCX. And we've dealt with that in a couple of different ways, but principally by creating an opportunity for the first phase to develop independently of the delivery of UBCX, both geographically independent and also the build out of the first phase being able to be accommodated within the existing, if you like, transportation and transit network around the site. So we did some traffic modeling as part of the policy statement process to assure ourselves that the system would still work within capacity with the first phase developed prior to UBCX. But we have also put in place in both the policy statement and reflected them also in the official development plan, a break clause such that if we find that the UBCX process is substantially delayed beyond the end of phase one, then we would relook at the plan, including with public engagement, and we would come back to council with amendments as necessary. I think just one final thing, it's worth noting the scale of the first phase is around 4,000 homes. That represents around 8 years of build-out that might not start, likely won't start until around 2028. So we do have some time before we need to make adjustments to the plan. And we are certainly hopeful and confident that the UBCX planning will move along in parallel with that, and we'll be able to move forward in parallel.
Okay, that's really helpful, and also noting that the phasing to the time frame as well as likelihood of build out. I have a couple more questions I don't think I'm going to have time for, but I'll start with one. And then I'll come back on. It's just, I'm really interested to hear further, I'm on page 8 of the staff report around the social housing targets, and that there is some chance that may not be fully delivered depending on federal, provincial funding, but also if MST partnership has to contribute towards UBCX. So can you just walk me through what kind of funding we have secured federally or provincially, if any, at this time for that social housing, and what that evolution looks like in terms of meeting that 20% target and the likelihood of getting there?
Yeah, I might pass that on to the MST Development Corporation and their discussions. Thank you.
And I'll have to take that up in my next time because I'm at 5 minutes, but.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
yeah.
so I'll,
So just, we'll hold on that until the next.
you can come back. Yeah. Thanks, Councilor Daminado. Councilor Claassen.
I'm going to direct my questions to begin with the applicant, and I might suggest David Negrin come up and speak as the leader of your organization. I want to, first of all, I was just going to say with regards to rapid transit, for any federal leader who's running for election right now is listening, maybe there's an opportunity there for you.
Absolutely.
But I want to let you know, there's a very emotional, and I think with reason, visceral response that we're getting through communication, through community we've been receiving for weeks and months. And it's really hard in a way to try and respond to that emotion. And I'm thinking the people that are in the chamber and in the gallery here. This is the front page of the Vancouver Sun today.
Right.
And it has the little hut housing that's currently on Jericho next to a perceived plan of what would happen in decades from now. I want you to help me paint a picture a little bit, because for those who are listening here today, I want them to understand what we might be looking at in terms of phasing, in terms of urban design, in terms of the feel of the community, and in a way that may give some relief to people who are thinking the worst of a concrete jungle.
Right, that's a very good question. First of all, what has been unique to me in working with the nations has been this real passion about the land and the development itself. So I started at Concord Pacific in 1988, and everybody knows Concord Pacific. And that's all concrete. It was brought in, there's parks, everything, but it's really just a concrete design. And that, at the time, you go back to 88 right through to now, that's how people developed. If you look at the plan here, we have 50% of our units are less than 18 stories, and that's unique. And 35% is wood frame and mass timber. And so if you look at, I can let the, I live in a neighborhood of towers going right by me in West Vancouver. And of course, when you live there, you have these concerns, but you have to look at the overall site. We have 30% parks, more than any other developer in the town right now, including Oak Ridge, including Concord Pacific. And what we also did, which was really driven by the First Nations and our cultural liaisons who are here today, was to create architecture that starts at 4 stories to 6 stories to 8 stories to 10 up to 18. And our heights are lower than Oak Ridge. So again, we felt it was really important to get, that ground plane of mass timber and timber, right, throughout the site. And you can see that. So 35% is mass timber and timber. Never been done in a large project in Vancouver. The other thing we did is we had more public gatherings than other developers. We followed the process of every developer, city process, but we also had more gatherings. And once we move to the rezonings, the phase rezonings, it's going to be public involvement through that. And also when we go to the DP, it'll be public involvement. And also when you go to a BP, you'll have public involvement. So again, what we tried to design, and there's the world that you see that was in part of the design was this idea about the land, about natural landscape that was there when First Nations, the history. And again, our cultural liaisons could tell you about the history of this site. So again, as I said, I'm very proud about this development. Again, Concord Pacific, I was involved in Olympic Village. We took it over. This is unique in that it has a real nice ground plane to it, and the art throughout and the buildings will have a First Nations flavor, culture to them, which is really important. So, density in our world today is a really tough discussion, but I'll tell you the toughest discussion for me is affordable housing for people. And you can't do it without density. You just can't. And it's about giving people an option to live in a 4-story, to live in an 8-story, and even people want to live in a 48-story tower, right? So again, there'll be continued public involvement. This is a project that has 35% wood frame and 50% at 18 stories and less. So, and we're going to continue to work with the public.
David, you're on quite a roll there, so I didn't pause you.
I talk too much. I'm Italian.
Okay. I'll probably ask some more questions in a second round here, but
sorry about that.
No, it's good. I think again, painting a picture is really what this is really about. And I also, we have concerns around a range of things: traffic, density, site servicing, schools, affordability. All these things are sort of coming out in the communication that we are receiving.
You're at time, Councillor.
Yeah.
We'll have second
We'll
round.
have more time to hopefully talk about
Yeah, can I add one quick thing?
We can do second round, but we
Okay, I
have
will.
to.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, David. Okay, Councillor Orr, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, first of all, for the presentation and for the historical context and the stories that you told. And just what an honor it is to hear that. It's my first day as councillor. This is a really special thing. It's a real honor. It's also a real responsibility to hear from everyone. And Mike, Councillor Klassen touched on that. It's a big deal. So it's a real honor and a responsibility that I take seriously. My questions are just, and it might even be because I'm new, but it might be because it might be due to a rezoning hearing coming up. But I just want to know a little bit more about the social housing. And if there's any commitments for shelter rate housing or supportive housing, and if there's been any explorations of like different kind of ownership models like cooperatives and community land trusts at all.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. I'm Jessie Singer, Housing Policy and Regulation. So we've set the minimum requirements for social housing at 30%, and within that, our definition of social housing includes a wide range, including social, supportive, and co-op, but that's typically secured through individual rezoning applications, and it's based on kind of an individual assessment of the pro forma, hence why we've built in that flexibility. And to what the applicant said previously, there's also some indication that the applicant is interested in some attainable homeownership programs, which we don't want to shut down as well.
Awesome. Yeah, that's enough. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Thanks, Maloney. Councillor Maloney, please go ahead. Please.
Thank you. I'd just like to echo Councillor Orr's reflections on what an honour and a responsibility it is to be here tonight, and to thank you very much for your presentations. I've heard a lot recently during my campaigning that people all over the city of Vancouver, including in the area of this proposed development, really do want housing for their friends and their family, their children and their grandchildren that are affordable units. And if we approve this shortly, when is the first new housing likely to come online to add to the housing supply?
The first new homes would likely be started in 28. So the first rezoning would be complete. We would pull our development permit, a building permit. That cycle would likely take 3 to 4 years. So we're talking probably like 7 years from now for the first buildings to be delivered.
Fantastic. And I'm also conscious that the planned transport network and active transport network through this development will provide an important link through to UBC and around the neighbourhood. When is the road and active transport network likely to be complete? Is it going to be in the early stages, or is it something that's dependent on the overall development?
Yeah, the delivery of the roads and the way through the site follows the cadence of development. So there are certain sections of the site that will be developed, and if we just take a look at the first phase, there will be obviously roads and access points into the site, but they would be constrained to the site that's being developed. And then as we move forward, those roads would continue on through the site, so forth. We wouldn't have a road that is built that goes through nothing that could sit there for 15 years kind of thing.
Fair enough. Okay. One of the things that I've also heard from, one of the concerns that I've heard is that it's a jarring change and from what is currently there at the moment, which is obviously not necessarily a deal breaker. But what can you tell people who are concerned about the density of it compared to the rest of the area, about, for example, the street interaction, street trees, entrances of buildings? Because I know people love the West End because of the beautiful tree canopy, and you're not really looking up at how many stories a tower is when you're looking at the beautiful entrances that are people scale. And
it's a good question, and that's certainly something that is at the forefront of our thinking. We don't really tend to think about doing transit-oriented developments and comparing them to large single-family home neighborhoods. So what we do look to other large rezonings, and we are not the highest, not the densest. We have a strategy around preserving trees where we can. We have a tremendous amount of what I would call attractive, high-value trees on the site that will be preserved, if possible, kind of thing. At the same time, we would be active in planting and providing a greenish landscape. Your idea of looking at The west end, where you don't know how tall the towers are because you are in canopies and you have all this green around, is a, it's aspirational. It's definitely something to look towards.
Thanks very much.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Maloney. Councillor Carbion, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. A few follow-up questions, and I'm just fact-checking a few things. Did I hear correctly? So you've got 90 acres on the site between the hill and the garrison, that about 1/3 or 30% is going to be parks and green space? Just verifying.
90 acres of site area.
Yes.
20 acres park, 10 acres of open public area. So think mezzanines, plazas, and the like.
Okay. This might be a kind of a question for staff, but it's one of the other things that we hear is that we've got a lot of communication from the public that this is going to eliminate all future opportunities for public input and eliminate public hearings, but there are still rezonings and hearing opportunities, or they're not. Can I get a quick summary of that in terms of what the public's opportunity would be moving forward?
Sure, that's a really good question. If the ODP were to be approved, with the recent provincial legislation, that is correct that there are certain scenarios where public hearings would be prohibited, where a rezoning application that is in compliance generally with an ODP and has 50% residential use within it, a public hearing would be prohibited. That said, it would still go through a rezoning process that would seek public feedback through those processes and be subject to a council decision.
Okay, so those, just for clarity for folks who don't understand all of our procedure, sorry, Mike's issue here. It would still go, that scenario would go to a council report. Anything that's on a council agenda, people can still speak to council and get input. So that it's just it's a different forum, but there's different opportunities.
Council could get input. The public would be able to submit correspondence to council, but would not be able to speak to the item.
Okay. That's great. I want to just delve into, do we know what the status is in terms of when the business case is expected back on UBCX?
Hi, Steve Brown, the Director of Projects and Development Services. At this point, we're working with the province on technical work. There isn't a time frame yet for the business case. It was in the provincial mandate letters for their 4-year term, and so we expect to be working with them in that time frame.
Okay, I'm sure we can follow up with the ministers. Question around West Point Grey. I'm needing further clarity on that one. We've got the letter here that was asked by Councillor Dominato around them seeking a community facility designation versus a commercial one, and citing that they're currently a registered nonprofit. What is the issue with having a condition attached to recognizing them to the if council were to approve this tonight, to having a condition attached that recognizes them? What is that possible? And what's the issue with doing that or providing that certainty to them?
Ken McDougall from the Special Project Office. I think that conversation would be more germane to the forthcoming rezoning application, where we're actually dealing with the specific uses about specific sites, rather than the ODP bylaw, which is enshrining a broad development rights across, or entitlements across the site.
Okay, but is it possible to do it at this stage?
It's certainly possible, Councillor. Yes, the ODP, in common with the policy statement, enables the implementation of the West Point Grey Academy as an institutional use on the site. It's not a requirement of the ODP or the policy statement, unlike the VSB school, which is. If council wanted to make a different decision, that is certainly within your gift. But it's not something that we've discussed with the MST Development Corporation. We are enabling rather than requiring with respect to the academy.
I would welcome any further information back on that before the hearing concludes. And then just for clarity on the social housing, while there's some flexibility in terms of sort of the delivery and the tenure, whether it's for AHO, affordable home ownership, or the amount of rental on each project, but there is a commitment, again, because I'm hearing this site provides no affordable housing. We're really concerned. It's just for people. It's not going to provide affordable homes for people. But I just want to be explicitly clear, like Councillor Klassen was asking his questions, that there is a requirement baked into this ODP, if it's approved, that 30% has to be either the 20% social or 10% of some type of secure rental below market AHO. correct?
That's correct. So in common with the policy statement, the ODP provides the policy targets of 20% social housing and 10% rental housing, of which 25% is to be below market rental. What we've simply done in the same way as the policy statement has done is we've introduced flexibility in the event that sufficient senior government funding is not available to deliver the full social housing, the full 20% social housing, then alternatives can be considered and subject to council decision at the rezoning stage. Those alternatives being attainable home ownership and rental housing.
I'm over
We are
time.
at time. Okay, thanks. Councillor Dominado.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm going to circle back. Sorry, I just have to find the page again. But to my question around the affordable housing targets, in particular, the social housing sorry, now I've lost the page entirely. Page 8, 20% social housing. And the way I read this is that, well, it's a target. It's not takeaway guarantee that there would be 20% social housing in the Jericho Lands, based on how I read it is provision of federal and provincial funding to help support that. Could staff or the applicant comment on that? Because I see here trade-offs if there's a contribution required to UBCX. This is the question I was asking earlier. And so it seems like there's wiggle room in terms of what could end up being delivered.
Yes, that's correct. We've ported the same flexibility that was in the policy statement into the official development plan. In the event that there is not sufficient senior government funding to deliver the full 20% social housing, then alternatives in the form of attainable home ownership or rental housing can be considered by council at rezoning. And we've done that on recognition of the fact that we have a financial strategy, a financial package based on analysis that was done of the policy statement that indicated that the project itself could deliver all of the public amenities and infrastructure, but it could not deliver the full 20% social housing. It could deliver 16% based on that analysis. But to get to the full 20%, we would need senior government funding. That's not unusual in these large projects. And so the responsibility will be on us and the applicant to seek that funding. And in the event that we're not able to reach the full 20%, then we'll look at alternatives and bring them forward to council.
Okay, thank you. I think my next questions are for David. I'm just curious, David, you spoke at length and quite passionately about the attainable housing component. Can you just remind me what percentage within this project would be in that category of attainable home ownership?
It'd be 3 million of the total 13.5 million would be attainable housing. That's substantial.
Okay. And you also, and I want to make sure I heard this correctly, because I was going to ask you about the use of, we've actually had quite a few people write us about concerns over the actual built form in terms of material and concrete, use of concrete. You talked preemptively about wood and the use of mass timber
Correct.
and wood frame. Did you say 15% or 50% of the buildings will be below, or be 18 stories roughly?
50% of the buildings will be below 18
50?
stories and below. Yeah.
50, okay, 50%.
Yeah, 50, yes.
In terms of I noted the 35% will be mass timber wood frame. Is there an opportunity to even do more potentially as this project evolves? And I bring it up in the context of lower embodied carbon. It's good both not only environmentally, but good for our economy. We have some of the best wood in the province, in the world, right here. It's renewable. Is that
Absolutely,
essential?
absolutely, and you know, the technology changes yearly. Where, you know, we hope that by the time we build here, we can build up 18 to 25 stories of mass timber. You know, again, nations own a lot of forests. Nations have talked about starting a mass timber plant. And so as soon as the technology, the engineering catches up, we'd look at that for all the way to 18 stories. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Clausen.
Thanks very much, Chair. David, I'm going to get you to finish your quick comments that you were going to say before, but I would also like to give a heads up to staff to get in the bullpen because I want to ask some questions about site servicing and engineering questions. But go ahead, David.
I think one thing
the
other thing I wanted to add was that hasn't been spoken here tonight is UBC currently has over 8,500 students that can't find a house to rent. If they are renting, I can tell you my nephew pays $2,500 to share a basement suite with 3 other people. So we're looking at our rental for student housing rental. I think that's extremely important. And we want to bring that rental in through the attainable housing to bring the cost down for students too. And that all ties into the attainable housing does not just tie into market housing, we're tying it into the rental housing. And again, for traffic, imagine 8,000 students that are living way outside UBC. 90,000 traveling people come to UBC a day. So this is another aspect that would be great for this, and we're looking at it. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Just a question for our team. I don't know if engineering is here, but just the theme here is it's going to take time. And the site servicing seems to have been a big conversation, some questions of water tables. Water sewer are huge. They just don't exist here right now. It's going to take us time. Can you walk us through a little bit of those factors?
Yeah, a lot of the details of the site servicing all come through the rezoning process, because then that's what, it comes along with the development. One thing, there was questions about water table and movement on that. Our One Water strategy for the site is actually a good reference document for that. It was updated in January of this year, and then talks about how looking at movement of water and actually some creeks were interrupted in the past from different infrastructure. So being able to bring that back actually helped to service, bring water to the wetlands at Jericho Beach. So there's a good document there. If you search online for Jericho One Water Strategy, it has that available.
Again, some of the communication that we get is that the site's not ready for that. Presumably, what you just described is a process, but it's going to take time. And I'm just trying to get an idea, because time is really one of the themes of this, because we're talking about a 25-year kind of rollout of something like this with a lot of different phases in between it. But that site servicing seems to be almost absolutely pivotal before we actually get anywhere with this project, right?
It comes with it, right? So as the phases come along, the site servicing is part of that, and make sure that it's able to bring water, sewer, access, all those things that are necessary for it.
Okay. Just a quick word about traffic. I know we're looking at a proposed sort of car-free aspect of the site, but I know that there was quite a heated discussion a couple of years ago in this chamber about the future of Broadway and east-west traffic flows. How are we going to be sort of looking at making sure that we strike the right balance in terms of vehicle and other goods movement?
Yeah, key thing for this site is that if you look at like the UBCX and what it's servicing is actually the big connection of movement to UBC. So that's a westward movement. With this residential development, it's actually primarily in the other direction. So it provides off-peak flows. So in that initial phase, there's quite a bit of capacity on the buses going in the opposite direction. And so that will take us for a number of years. Once you get out into the future phases, then that's where it will rely on more of the transit service. There is capacity on some of the other routes in that direction, but the UBCX will be a key thing as you get further down the line into the development. But the first phase, you've got capacity on the system to be able to handle.
Okay. And UBCX, it's kind of a make or break part of this project, is it not?
It's a key aspect when you start looking at 80% mode share down the line with 20,000 people moving to it. It will be definitely a key aspect to move people around.
Okay. All right. Thanks, everybody. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. This is the end of speakers list from the council. Now we're going to call from the public speakers. So this is the second call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free 1-833-353-8610, followed by the participant code 1061445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on live stream. We will now hear from the public. Any registered speaker in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium when your name is called. Speaker will have 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merit of the report being considered. So once again, I want to remind the speaker that we have a lot of speakers tonight. So I have to cut you off at 5 minutes. So sorry about that. Our first public speaker is speaker number 1, Brian Cladico. Yeah, please go ahead, Brian. You have 5 minutes.
Members of the City Council, thank you for letting me address you this evening. My name is Brian Kladko. I'm a resident of the West Point Grey neighborhood. I live about a 5-minute walk from Jericho Park, which looks out over the Jericho Lands. I oppose this project in its current form, and I know it's tempting to dismiss opponents of the project as NIMBYs, so let me get a couple things out of the way. First, I welcome much more density in West Point Grey. We desperately need more housing for young people and families. I also recognize that cities evolve over time, and that means neighborhoods have to evolve as well. Second, I am not worried about my property value. For all I know, this project will increase its value. What I do care about is something that I think most people in Vancouver care about. Its stunning, distinctive beauty. Images of Vancouver's picture postcard combination of water, trees, and mountains prompted me to visit in 2007, and that's what drew me to move here a year later. When people want to know why I relocated here in middle age, I take them to Jericho Park and show them the view. This view. And this view. And then they understand. Believe me, it doesn't get old. It moves me. It's almost magical. It's the kind of view that people write songs or poems about. The Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations say their proposal is an example, and I quote, of honoring the ridge. To quote from their development plan, buildings will be designed to respect the natural form of the land and taking in views of nature. So it boggles the mind that a central feature of their proposal are 3 skyscrapers rising as high as 49 stories, euphemistically called the Sentinels. I've seen the illustrations in their proposal. Only one shows the skyscrapers in their entirety, and it looks like it's drawn from the vantage point of a passenger jet flying overhead at 10,000 feet, a vantage point that would flatten the skylines of Manhattan or Hong Kong. So here is a visual aid. This is a 48-story building. It's a nice enough skyscraper. It's part of what makes a city a downtown. And that's the key word, downtown. That's where skyscrapers belong, in the concrete canyons of a city's core. For context, the Sentinels would be the 7th tallest buildings in Vancouver. All of the buildings in the top 10 are clustered downtown, according to the Council on Tall Buildings and Urban Habitat. Skyscrapers don't belong 5 or 6 kilometers from any building of comparable height, perched in the middle of a ridge, blocking a scenic overlook of downtown Vancouver, English Bay, and the North Shore Mountains in all their majestic glory. That vista is enjoyed by all manner of people. Yes, by residents of West Point Grey, but also by the thousands of people who bike to and from UBC on the 8th Avenue cycle route, and who often stop to gaze in wonder at and photograph that view. Before you vote on this proposal, I beg you to take in the view yourselves. Then imagine how 3 49-story towers would blot that overlook. I tried. I'm not an architect or urban planner, so I had to eyeball it. And this is what I came up with. Is this honoring the ridge? Is this respecting the natural form of the land? I think we all know the answer to that question. This is anything but respecting the land. It would be environmental vandalism. Maybe you think this is the trade-off for providing housing in a city with such housing.
Sorry, you can do that. Sorry. You can do that. Sorry.
Maybe you think this is the trade-off for providing housing in a city with such a housing shortage. But these would likely be luxury dwellings, and Vancouver has enough of those already. Or maybe you think such is the price of reconciliation. But we can move toward reconciliation without defiling one of the Pacific Northwest's iconic vistas. No, the only reason to build that high in that location is greed. And that might be the operating principle for our neighbors to the south, but we are better than that. We don't see a piece of land and see how we can squeeze every last bit of monetary value out of it. We see the land for what it is, and try to make the most of it in every sense. So I urge you,
Sorry, you have time right now.
can I, 10 more
You have
seconds?
5 more seconds over already.
So
Sorry, I have to be fair to everyone.
Yep.
We have
you have the opportunity to avoid making a mistake in the first place.
Sorry, we have to respect the rules, respect others. I have to be fair to everyone. Thank you so much. Sorry, you can't do that. You have to respect the rules. Okay, speaker number 2 is Joanne Jacquard. Please go ahead, Joanne, you have 5 minutes.
My name is Joan Jacquard. I've grown up in Vancouver and lived on the west side for over 40 years. I know the city well and have observed its accelerating transformation through my lifetime. I am a keen observer of my environment, and Vancouver has offered a tremendous opportunity to enjoy its blessed natural geographic setting, which I appreciate daily. I had the opportunity to work in Vancouver's planning department in the late 70s and early 80s. That is where I was exposed to an enlightened expression and practice of urban planning. That era, under the direction of Ray Spaxman, assertively undertook to understand Vancouver's unique sense of place, its historically created neighborhoods and identifiable communities, and to respect them and connect them with distinct subdepartments of planning. Area planning was a thing at the time, with a series of site offices throughout the city, giving an opportunity for citizens to contribute in a meaningful way to how the urban fabric would weave and evolve. The city recognized that successful and respectful urban planning depended upon consideration of the people who the city is about, its residents. Positive and healthy city-making, in fact, depends on and only comes from the citizens who know and love and care about the future of their city and its local communities. Citizens were not viewed as impediments to development, but as a valuable resource in shaping the city. Coincidentally, just this morning, I viewed a webinar titled Healthy Cities, the Heart of Placemaking. It awakened and confirmed what I have been learning about the factors and forces that create healthy, socially cohesive, livable cities that are also for the good of the planet. This includes consideration of what makes our city lovable. How do we protect and enhance what makes our city a place where people can connect, engage, and be appreciative of the special features of a place that brings joy? In this webinar, an Amsterdam former mayor's quote was, "Be sweet and be kind to each other. Be sweet and be kind to your city." There is a huge domain of study on happy cities, co-cities. It is about building relationship with the stakeholders of cities, its citizens, and not just development stakeholders. In dealing with the essential aspect of our housing crisis, which is affordable housing, Vancouver, like successful cities such as Paris, Vienna, Singapore, needs to invest in truly affordable housing models to incentivize missing middle housing in terms of income levels and built housing forms. The alternative plan put forward by the citizen group, the Jericho Coalition, has not been acknowledged by council nor planning throughout the years of the Jericho Lands process. The coalition grew out of frustration by interested and knowledgeable citizens who were invited to engage in the multiple-year conceptual stage of this development. None of their input was considered. The alternative plan is a vision of a model community density development that has sought to create meaningful dialogue on this site. It strongly recognizes the multiple factors of environmental respect, of limits of water and infrastructure resources, of respect for impacts in its context, particularly respect for protection of the ecosystem of Jericho Park and beaches and the people from across the region who enjoy it, and consideration of public views on the designated bike path of 8th Avenue and Trimble Park. And primary to its mandate is creating a cohesive social network within and community connection with its neighbors. I am not alone in appreciating Vancouver's special sense of place, and previous eras of city planning have understood this and created policies and development bylaws that protected and enhanced what we enjoy as Vancouverites. That includes view protection corridors, so the many can benefit from views to the mountains and water, and shadow casting policies that respond to our need and desire for sun to reach into our streets, commercial areas, and parklands of our northern latitude city. My stance here is not a nostalgia piece for the way things were or as a resistance to change, as we who have opposed city rulings on the Jericho Lands and Broadway plan have been dismissed by your council. While change does not inherently entail better, it is a lament for the missed opportunity if the ODP is approved and not deferred and seriously amended for the city to respond to the clear and meaningfully message delivered in the recent by-election. The Jericho lands are acknowledged as a First Nations property development site. Reconciliation is a two-way process of coming to understanding and respect. I lament that what may come if this ODP is approved today will not be reconciliation, but resentment. Lamentably, this administration, including both past and present councillors, have turned their back on its citizens.
Thank you so much. Okay. Again, before I go to the next speaker, so I will read this one out of loud. So we have a procedure bylaw 7.8. During a meeting, a person in public gallery must not address council members without permission, B, applaud or otherwise interrupt a speech or action of council members, or addressing the council members, C, otherwise engage in improper conduct. So please mindful about the procedure bylaw and be respect to the rules. Okay, speaker number 3 is Divan Hosak. Is Divan online or in the council chamber? No. Okay, we're gonna come back to speaker number. Oh, there we go. Wow.
Excuse me, what number is speaking now?
Number 3 right now.
What?
Number 3?
Oh, all right.
Yeah. Okay, please go ahead, Divan. You have 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you. Good evening, Chair Zhao, members of City Council, new and old. My name is Devin Hussick. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm also a person with a disability. And for 4 years, I think it was 4 years, I served on the city's Jericho Lands Working Group. More than that, I'm a son of a man who served across our country in the Canadian Forces. My dad waded into the Red River floods to protect Winnipeg and was willing to don a blue helmet to protect peace. My grandfather stood for our country in a different way. As a sniper, he guarded his comrades as together they fought back the evil of Hitler's Nazi forces. His father also served our democracy by lying about his age in order to stand in the Allied trenches, only to eventually witness his brother die in agony after a German shell tore out his kidneys. To be selected to join the city's working group was a way for me to honor them, to follow in their footsteps, of serving something greater than just myself. Admittedly, I never imagined that role would last longer than some of the wars our country has fought in. Nor did I expect one member to continually utter words of hatred and bigotry as they disparage First Nations people and dismiss the horrors of the residential school genocide. It shames me to say they were let off with warnings and served with the rest of us until the policy statement was approved. Still, I believe the rest of my colleagues volunteered in good faith. We may not have agreed on everything, but we respected each other, and in some cases grew bonds of friendship. We sat through countless meetings together, crafted principles as individuals, and voted on them as a group. I imagine you guys might know something about that. And always champion public engagement. I truly believe we help lay the groundwork for a type of community that will inspire cities across the globe, while welcoming residents and visitors of all backgrounds. Ialmo will be for all peoples, with shops, services, and obviously housing, nestled into large green open spaces, connected by pedestrian-focused pathways that will heal this long-standing hole in West Point Grey's heart. A new hotel will serve the needs of local festivals. A new transit hub will connect it to our wider region with bus service, and eventually a new SkyTrain line. All the while, views to the North Shore Mountains that have been sacred since time immemorial will be preserved with buildings, I have to say, that are actually not even in the 75th tallest in Metro Vancouver. Of course, I don't need to tell you all this. You approved the Jericho Lands policy statement last year for a reason. And not just because surveys show it had widespread support across Vancouver. Since then, we've had a civic election. I imagine, again, some of you know something about that. Bit of PTSD, perhaps. Where the team that opposed this development was once again soundly rejected, along with their coalition. We've come together as a society, made a decision, and it's time to act upon it by approving this official development plan. The community deserves to have that stability, And in these challenging times, it's no wonder why financial institutions are requiring it too. However, this won't silence public feedback. As the Heatherlands and River District have shown, there's plenty of room for commentary at the development application stage. Instead, what it will do is to address perhaps the greatest challenge of our time. The conflict we're in today isn't fought with guns, tanks, and bombs. Rather, it's done with blogs, disinformation, and useful idiots who mislead their well-intentioned neighbors, many of who will speak tonight out of fear. There's been plenty of falsehoods spread about this process and Yolmo itself. You've seen grand conspiracies floated involving all levels of government, racist portrayals of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples, and of course, the grandmasters of it all, local housing advocates and Redditors. There are constant lies, whether it's claims about the amount of open space and housing that can be achieved with 6-floor buildings, that the ground is actually hydraulically unstable. The towers will magically spring up in a matter of weeks, not the years we all know it will take. Worst of all, that after fighting so hard and long for the land to take back their stolen land, that these nations will simply sell it off to the highest bidder. Shame. You've seen firsthand the type of behavior those lies can cause and inspire. And as some of you know, I myself have been threatened just a few feet away from where I stand today in City Hall. My ancestors didn't stand down in the face of far greater violence. And for my little girl, I won't cower away either. Approving this ODP won't end this new great threat to our democracy faces today, but it will represent a victory, one last battlefield to fight on, and allow future generations to stand at Yolmo and be inspired by the decades-long process that we start here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Devin. I'm sorry for your experience. Speaker number 4 is Chung Yan Boon. Yeah, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, councillors. I am here on behalf of Vision Zero Vancouver and myself in support of the Jericho Lands ODP. We are extremely pleased that the connections, movement, and transportation section remains the same as in the policy statement. This kind of road design, which follows world-class transportation safety best practices, prioritizes the safety and comfort of all road users and should be replicated in our road networks across the city. Within the site area, active transport modes are clearly delineated, protected, and separated from vehicle traffic in a fine-grained, useful, and well-designed network with high-quality transit connections. This road design saves lives, not only for those walking, biking, or rolling, but also by preventing vehicle-to-vehicle crashes by slowing down speeds and reducing conflicts. We urge you to commit to the on-site SkyTrain station location to maximize these benefits and to connect the large number of pedestrians using the station to the safe pathways in the plan without requiring them to cross roads with vehicle traffic, as well as to maintain multimodal connections with the bikeway on 8th Avenue. This will promote the independence and safety of children and people with disabilities by expanding the places they can access near the SkyTrain without crossing any streets with fast-moving car traffic. Finally, we're also in support of the land use, housing, and other amenities proposed by the plan, enabling as many people as possible to access jobs on-site and at UBC and Broadway with convenient transit and active transport connections allows those people the option to choose a car-free lifestyle, which is one where they are free from the worry of hitting someone and potentially killing or maiming them. In my last comments, I mentioned that this is the design for the future, but I feel even more strongly now that this is the design of today. Across the world, from France to Oman to Vietnam to other parts of Canada like Montreal and Calgary, this is the way road networks are being designed to save lives and enable walkable lifestyles. We urge you to implement this kind of road design everywhere in the city as soon as possible, and we thank MST and our Indigenous leaders for taking leadership in road safety and transportation design and creating a shining example for the rest of the city to follow. We hope to see more opportunities to give land back to the Indigenous nations, and more development that prioritizes lives and active lifestyles over fast personal vehicle speeds. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 5 is Rebecca Hartley. Please go ahead, Rebecca. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, Chairperson and City Council. My name is Rebecca Hartley. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm here tonight to voice my support for the Jericho Lands Official Development Plan. I've previously spoken in support of the policy statement and think this is a great next step to ensure the MST partnership is able to secure the funding it needs to move ahead. It also means that city staff, the MST, this very council, and even myself won't have to waste precious time with more public hearings in the future on this topic. It ensures that the much-needed 13,000 homes and over 500 daycare spaces will be even closer to becoming a reality. As a former student, I know those attending UBC will be glad to see this come to fruition. This will be an inviting respite close to campus for students to live while they attend classes, or even to hang out with friends or hold a study session in the park when the weather cooperates. The future UBC SkyTrain line will make this an even more convenient space to live, as it provides easy connections to the Broadway Business Corridor or downtown Vancouver. These 30 acres of park and public space and 75,000 square feet of community space will give current residents a place to catch up with friends at a festival or get some groceries before they go home. They'll also get an opportunity to learn something new about our region's history and its host peoples and the cultural spaces that will be included here as well. The MST and city staff have done a lot of hard work to thoughtfully incorporate all the feedback from the Jericho Lands Working Group, the existing neighbors, the nations, residents of Vancouver, and the surrounding region. By joining me in approving the Jericho Lands Official Development Plan, you will be recognizing this hard work and bringing us one step closer to seeing this much-needed change come to life. Thank you.
Chair, I think we may have lost audio online.
We want to take a recess? Okay, so let's take a 2 minute recess while we are figuring out the technical challenge here. We're going to be back at 7:55.
Chair, just to be clear, your audio came back on, but
Okay. It's back? It's all good?
you are, yeah, but if somebody was speaking just before you, then it wasn't coming through.
No, there wasn't anyone.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
Okay, so do we have speakers online right now?
I'll figure this out. Just that you guys gotta have our built in and she didn't have any.
That's the speaker?
More than the other stuff.
Okay, speaker number 7, right? Okay, do I have quorum? We do.
Might be me.
Okay, please go ahead. Speaker number 7, Taylor, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, awesome. Hi, my name's Taylor Curran. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I do not work in real estate or development, and I'm calling in to support this project. This will add much-needed new housing to one of Vancouver's most expensive neighborhoods. The apartments in this development, even the market ones, will be much more affordable than the multi-million-dollar luxury homes that dominate this neighborhood right now, and will allow lots of middle and low-income families to finally live in this neighborhood. It's going to be walkable, bikeable, and transit-oriented, and will set a new standard for sustainable living in Vancouver. and it's going to include all sorts of new shops, services, employment space, parks, school, community center, all the amenities that residents need nearby. In terms of some of the opposition to this project, I'm sure we'll have a lot of speakers talk about insufficient consultation. As some people have already mentioned, this has been years in the making. There's been tons of consultation. I think it's time for council to move forward. There's also a lot of debate about the size of some of the towers, but I think there's a real trade-off. Shorter towers would mean either less housing and less money available for amenities, or less parks and green space. I'm comfortable with having lots of amenities, lots of housing, and lots of green space, even if that means slightly taller towers. This is some of the most expensive land anywhere in Canada, and this level of density and height is totally appropriate along the SkyTrain station. There's similar heights already built, proposed, or under construction at Surrey Centre, Brentwood, Metrotown, Coquitlam, and elsewhere in the Lower Mainland. And the idea that it's not appropriate in Jericho, which is close to UBC, the Broadway corridor, and downtown, and on a future SkyTrain line, I don't think holds up to scrutiny. So I urge council to move forward with this generational city building opportunity. I have no doubt that decades from now, this is going to be a dense, vibrant, thriving part of the city, and that Vancouverites will look back positively on the leadership and foresight of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations in advancing this project, and on City Council for approving it. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 8, Frank Hazelman. In person or on the line? Okay. I guess speaker number 8 is not on the line. We're going to come back to speaker number 8. Speaker number 9, Michael Weeb.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Michael. Please go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Michael Weeb. I'm a renter in Vancouver, and I'm calling to support this project. Vancouver has strictly regulated the supply of new housing while putting no constraints on demand to live in the city. The result, as you'd expect, has been a crushing supply shortage and an affordability crisis. The Jericho Lands project will provide much-needed homes. We need more projects like this. I wanted to comment on the consultation process itself. The final Jericho Lands community will provide homes for 24,000 residents. Imagine what it would look like if each one of those future residents had a voice in this public hearing. I did the math, and if each person spoke for 5 minutes, that means 2,000 hours or 83 days of nonstop comments. Think about what they would say about the views of the beach as seen from the new buildings. And the list of affected stakeholders doesn't stop there. When new residents move into the community, they free up homes elsewhere in the city through vacancy chains. Moreover, everyone benefits when housing demand from new migrants to the city is absorbed by the new community instead of being spread out across the city and pushing up prices elsewhere. As a result, the beneficiaries of the Jericho Lands project are dramatically underrepresented in a forum like this. Please keep that context in mind when listening to comments from people who will not be residents in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 10 is Peter Dowdy. Please go ahead, Peter. You have 5 minutes.
Can this go up a bit?
There we go.
Okay, thanks. Hi, my name's Peter Dowdy. I'm a member of the Vancouver Area Neighbors Association, and I'm a resident of the city of Vancouver. And I'm speaking here today to support this official development plan. Vancouver has a severe housing shortage. We have recently seen the vacancy rate increase slightly, but it's still at terminal levels. Earlier today, during the hotel policy meeting, Councillor Kirby Young mentioned that Vancouver had not seen any increase in hotel spaces in the last 20 years and asked us rhetorically to imagine what it would mean if Vancouver's housing market looked like that. Well, in West Point Grey, you don't have to imagine. That neighborhood hasn't been able to grow in over 20 years. And as a result, it's not only become one of the most exclusive and unaffordable neighborhoods in Vancouver, but its residents have suffered. Earlier this year, Council approved a development on West 10th Avenue on a vacant lot that couldn't even sustain a grocery store unless they built the housing for their customers and their workers directly on top of it. So we need proposals like this in order to fix Vancouver's greatest issue. But also, Vancouver is a city of reconciliation. And on July 8th, 2024, Vancouver became the city of reconciliation. And at that time, the site of Jericho, or pardon my pronunciation, Yalmach, was identified as being important to reconciliation. Now, the Musqueams, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh don't need me to explain why it's important to them, but they've clearly worked very hard to regain this site. And we should try to facilitate that. Somebody wrote to me today, angry about my support for this plan. And this person said that this plan would strip from Vancouverites the right to determine the destiny of the city. But I don't think that's true. And the reason why I don't think that's true is because there actually has been a lot of consultation. In 2022, one of the municipal parties ran on an openly anti-development platform and lost. And the council that election put in this chamber passed the Jericho Lands policy document on January 24th, 2024. And then we had a by-election in which that same party ran again and specifically targeted the Jericho Lands policy document and did not win. At a certain point, you have to accept that you've taken enough penalty shots and you've got to move on and accept that this is the will of the people. Now, I've spoken to economics and history and tried to be pretty objective here, but I'd also like to be a bit subjective. This seems like a really great proposal. This is practically a brand new park in the middle of West Point Grey. I find the Vancouver Folk Fest to be one of the highlights of the year, but Jericho Beach Park is not exactly the most accessible place. This proposal would be part of, well, probably part of the SkyTrain alignment out to UBC. And I think that's just extremely cool. In fact, I would like to see a proposal like this in East Vancouver. Do you think we could get one of those? So in closing, I'd like to address the concerns that people have that this proposal is out of scale, is unlivable, is a concrete jungle, by referring to the great Canadian urban theorist Jane Jacobs. She identified 4 characteristics that make for a great community. The first, short blocks. And what she meant by this is a dense community that allows exploration and serendipity. And I think that the kind of layout of the Jericho Lands proposal meets that criterion. She also identified mixed use in order to bring people in of all socioeconomic backgrounds and for multiple different reasons to create vibrancy. She identified mixed building ages. It's very important for new and old buildings and developments to be next to each other in order to create space for a diversity of people and opportunities. And finally, enough population density to tie it all together and make the whole project work. And I think that this project delivers on all of those, and if people disagree, then they can take it up with her. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I have to turn on my mic. Speaker 11, Peter Waldkirch. Is Peter on the line?
That's me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. So my name is Peter Waldkirch, and I'm here to support the Jericho ODP. I already spoke in favor of the Jericho policy statement. That was over a year ago, and now here I am again here to support the Jericho ODP. I attended the Jericho open house. I submitted comments. I did some other consultation stuff. I've lost track because this has been in consultation now for, what, at least 6 years? And now we're having a meeting to put the thing that was already approved into a different type of plan, and I don't know. There's a lot of planning to make plans in this city. I follow this stuff pretty closely, but just trying to keep up with all the consultation in the city is pretty exhausting. The city really demands a lot of people through these unending consultations, and throughout all of this, nothing has been built. You know, when I spoke about this over a year ago, last January, I think it was, I made some comments about some of the science fiction movies that are set in the 2050s when this is supposed to be done. Movies like Lost in Space and The Tomorrow War. And I made a joke about how building an apartment in the west side of Vancouver seemed like science fiction. And, well, here we are over a year later, and we're a year closer to 2050, and still nothing has been built. Instead, we're relitigating the public hearing we already had on this very same thing a year ago. Adopting this as an ODP just makes sense. We've already had a lot of consultation, and I have to remind people sometimes that a consultation doesn't mean you get your way. Because we also need to remember that nobody actually thinks that spot rezoning individual buildings is a good idea or a good way of planning a city. Some people just want more opportunities to say no. Individual rezonings for individual buildings is an irrational way of planning or building anything. Of course, we have a housing shortage when that's how we approve housing. Approving housing on a building-by-building basis, it's ridiculous because it invites constantly going around in circles, bickering pointlessly, just like we're doing now. When we don't need bickering, we need to get building. You know, speaking of science fiction, there's a good book I'd recommend, The Ministry for the Future by Kim Stanley Robinson. It's about how after a heat wave that kills 20 million people, humanity realizes that our decision-making today doesn't take into account the needs of our children or for the next generation. And so the Ministry for the Future is created to advocate for the future and the people of the future to make sure we don't just make short-sighted decisions. Well, that's what we need in housing. Consultations like this are designed to only give weight to the voices of people who already have housing. And it's designed to disregard the voices of people who need housing. We must take seriously the interests of non-incumbents to the housing system. And that's what you as city councilors can do. You can look at the big picture. Because Vancouver needs housing. It needs this sort of housing. So please pass this ODP so this council and this city can get on to actually getting stuff done rather than just giving the forces of no endless kicks at the can. Now, let's conclude by echoing my comments from over a year ago. I think this looks great. It will connect the city, the beach, and UBC into what I'm convinced will, when this is done in 25 years, will be one of the best, most vibrant neighborhoods in the city. I really think no one is going to say in 25 years, in the 2050s, gee, I wish we had built less housing. They'll ask, why didn't we build more like this across the city in every neighborhood? So please remember, housing is good. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Peter. Speaker number 12 is Daniel Oleksuk. Please go ahead, Daniel. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, and thank you for hearing from me today, and welcome to the new councillors. I'm a board member and founding member of Abundant Housing Vancouver. We started that in 2016, and I'm realizing that it was all different councillors back then. I'm here to speak on, and that's a bit relevant to some of what I'm going to say today. I'm here to speak in support of this ODP, and I want to touch on the speed, the process, the politics a little bit, and the infrastructure. We've heard some infrastructure discussions. Those come up a lot. First, on the speed, I think Peter Waldkirch just said he feels he's been consulting on this for 6 years already, and we heard today it's going to be 7 more years before there's any homes, and many more years before there's all of the homes. This is not a fast way to build homes. I support it, but this kind of mega project, negotiated multi-tower thing, it's not a fast way to respond to the emergency that we're in. I think we all know that. Oak Ridge started construction, or I don't even know how long Oak Ridge has been going on, but many, many years. This style of a project takes a long time. So that's on speed, and I know ABC ran on whatever it was, 3331, which was a great direction, but this isn't that. So how do you get there? How do you speed up the process? One, you can speed up the process for this kind of thing, but a much better way to speed up the process is small lot, high density, single stair, no redevelopment. You can get a lot more done a lot faster. So look at all this neighborhood around. one of the good things since 2016, I think a lot of people agree or say they agree that on the direction that a whole neighborhood of it's $3.4 million homes. I just looked it up, and the West Side Vancouver, according to the Greater Vancouver Real Estate Board for March, is 3.4 million is the detached home benchmark. So people say, you know, that we don't want that. So what do we do with those homes? Well, we should upzone them for small lot, not 1.0 FSR, but like 2, 3 FSR, single stair, and no parking. We used to do that in Mount Pleasant and other places. You can walk around, we do a walking tour, and you can see some of those old buildings. People love them, they're still there, and you can get them done fast. So that's on process and speed. On politics and being bold, I just want to say I've been doing this for a while. Vision Vancouver felt politically constrained about going further. Where are they now? Kennedy Stewart felt politically constrained about going further. Where is he now? I'm going to suggest that keeping neighborhoods for very few people of $3.4 million homes is not super politically popular. I think the evidence of recent years has borne that out. When you can have tens of thousands of new people, like all of you from all different parties, be the party that represents those people, they're going to love you for it. It hasn't worked for the past people. Finally, on infrastructure, I've heard some suggestion tonight and elsewhere that if we need schools, then we shouldn't build homes until there's schools. That sounds to me a bit like saying that we shouldn't give kids food unless they have a doctor. Like, kids need homes, they need schools. We should do both of these things. We should do all of them. And because kids don't have a school doesn't mean we shouldn't build homes for kids and families as well. So I just want to hopefully debunk that idea. As for how we pay for it, there is this idea that development should pay their own way for all of the necessary infrastructure. I'm just going to point out there is another funding mechanism, and we have a huge amount of real estate equity in this province and in this city. There is hundreds of billions of dollars in land equity in the city. There's been single years where it's gone up by, Jens von Bergman calculated that I think in 2016, just the land under detached homes in this city went up in value by $46 billion. And we have very low property taxes. So we can build the schools, we can build the bike lanes, we can build everything that we need, and we shouldn't make the homes wait for all of that. So in closing, I've got a couple of catchy slogans for you guys you've probably heard before, but let's move past the model of tall and sprawl, where we have towers on isolated sites and then low density homes where scarcity leads to very high values all through the rest of the city. Let's get away from the tall and sprawl model, and let's move towards 4 floors and corner stores, which Laura Lowe from Seattle came up with a number of years ago. And in particular for those 4 floors, again, just to say it one more time, small lot, single stair. So I love the project, but I also want to put it in the context of the neighborhood. And if the rest of the neighborhood remains as is, it's not going to be a great outcome, especially given how long this is going to take. So let's do this and look around at the rest of it. So thank you very much for hearing from me tonight.
Speaker number 13 has... Speaker number 14.
Thank you. My name is Michelle Spencer. I am a resident of Vancouver, and I'll be speaking in favor of the official development plan for the Jericho Lands. Good evening, Council, Nation members, and welcome to our new City Councillors. I'm speaking to you from the unceded territories of the Coast Salish peoples, including the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. And I'm really pleased to see that these 3 nations are gaining a lot more control over their lands. What I see in the Jericho Lands development is a huge opportunity for the City of Vancouver. The Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples have developed a plan to transform this land into a vibrant neighborhood that centers Indigenous culture, focuses on a car-light lifestyle, and provides a variety of housing forms where the residents will have the beautiful Jericho Beach as their backyard. In this current form, the neighborhood is very exclusive. Glancing through the MLS listings for this neighborhood, I see detached homes for sale in the $3 million to $10 million range, while the slightly less expensive semi-detached homes are still over $2 million. There are a handful of condos clustered on the main streets that might be bought for an amount in the high 6 figures. The Jericho development plan would provide a massive increase in the quantity and variety of housing types in this neighborhood, including rental and leasehold apartments. Leasehold condos are often more affordable compared to freehold, providing an opportunity for long-term housing for individuals that is much more attainable. It's hard to imagine myself living in this neighborhood as it exists right now. The least expensive unit I found on MLS was over $500,000 for a teeny tiny studio of under 500 square feet. According to the MLS affordability calculator, even this unit exceeds the recommended budget based on my income, unless I'm able to gather a substantial down payment. This is honestly pretty discouraging since I'm actually fairly well off in the grand scheme of things. But maybe I'd be able to afford a leasehold apartment in the new development, or I might be able to upgrade to a newer rental unit in this desirable location. The current Jericho Lands are mostly inaccessible, but I could see myself attending events in the new community spaces that are outlined in the ODP. I look forward to biking on the Greenway on my way out to Spanish Banks to swim in the summertime, or using the hopefully eventually completed Broadway subway extension to attend programming at the proposed non-traditional library. While I'm no longer a university student, more housing in this area would mean much shorter commutes for students, which I'm sure would be appreciated. We often hear that single detached homes are the pinnacle of housing and that any other form is simply a temporary stop on the way to the white picket fence. But that removes personal choice from the equation and ignores the economic reality that many of us face. I am making an active choice to live in a way that is consistent with my values. That means relying a lot less on a private vehicle and a lot more on public transit. That means trading some square footage for a shorter commute. That means using community centers and parks instead of a fenced-in lawn. Not everyone wants to live this way. I completely understand. But the city should be making the choice available by approving a variety of housing forms, such as what we see in this ODP. After all, if someone would like to live in a single detached home, the areas neighboring this spot can still provide that option, assuming you have $3 million kicking around. In addition to how this development could benefit me as an individual, I see this as a real opportunity for the city of Vancouver. This development plan demonstrates how we can emphasize a commitment to the environment, community, and to affordability, while showcasing Indigenous culture and opening this land to more people. I urge City Council to pass this motion and adopt the Jericho Lands official development plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 15, C. Stan. Please go ahead.
Hi, Council. Thank you for inviting us people who care about how Vancouver develops to your space to make wise decisions. My name is C. Stein. I am a resident of Vancouver, and I strongly oppose this ODP in Jericho. I just recently learned about this just this year, and I don't know how many people were really consulted. I myself, last week, was diagnosed with heart failure, so I won't be around to see this develop. So do I care? Yes, I do care. I still care. My diagnosis is no big deal, by the way, but it's just that I won't be here probably to see this 25 years from now, which it will not be affordable housing, and nor will it be $30,000 for a down payment in 25 years. Who knows what it'll be. I think people are going to stop coming to Vancouver, personally. I think our approach to reconciliation is incorrect. I'm an artist, I'm disabled, and I'm also a cardiac tech. And I feel vibes. The vibe in this room is a lot of hatred, a lot of bitterness. It's a big division. And I think we're mistaken on what reconciliation is. It's a meshing of people. It's forgiveness and it's meshing together. It's not dividing. And I had trouble even sitting over here with a Musqueam because they looked at me and they didn't want me sitting with them. And it was really discouraging. And I just think reconciliation is not what it's supposed to be. I do not approve of this. I love the Indigenous, by the way. I love and support them, but we must come together, not drive a wedge between this side and that side, or upstairs and downstairs. But really, realistically, there's not enough water in Vancouver for all these developments. You look at what's happening to Burrard Street Bridge and all those developments, what's going to happen. We don't have the water, we don't have the electricity, we do not have the infrastructure council. And we all know what happened to Gregor Robertson when he took over and he developed Vancouver. He's now running as an MP. He's just a political opportunist, really. He just wants to get in all the time. I want to thank you for hearing me, and I just think that this is the wrong approach. We should be listening to Kit's Coalition on how to really build this. I think there's the right way to build this and a wrong way, and I think reconciliation has to be developed over time and not one-sided. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 16 is Anna Houghton. Please go ahead, Anna.
Thank you very much. Thank you. My name is Anna Holton. I was born in Vancouver. I rented for 40 years, and I've lived here over 65 years. I am opposed to the Jericho Lands official development plan. I embrace Jericho Coalition's vision for 13,000 residents on Jericho Lands. Jericho Coalition's plan would result in faster construction at lower cost and earlier profits for MSTDC, as well as an environmentally sustainable, climate-adapted community for its residents. Let's look at the context of this ODP. I'm going to take you somewhere else. Films at Vancouver Film Festival, Van City, are preceded by a Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh video clip. It shows drone footage of BC's beautiful, unspoiled wilderness. The images imply that Indigenous peoples are stewards of sacred land. The clip ends with Indigenous representatives holding their hands up in welcome, a benevolent gesture of friendship. Fast forward to this public hearing, and the last speaker just touched on it. What of Indigenous benevolence post-reconciliation? It has been replaced by Indigenous corporate power and a business mindset. Now, that's not a bad thing. People like to be entrepreneurial. MSTDC is a corporation. Although a corporation is a person at law, corporations are not humane. A corporation's goal is to maximize profits. As a corporation, MSDC must be treated like any other development company and held to the same standards. Two recent articles in Maclean's magazine also reveal Indigenous benevolence has been replaced by Indigenous corporate power and a business mindset. The articles were written by Michelle Seesaw, a member of Muskeg Lake Cree Nation in Treaty 6, Saskatchewan, living and working on Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations homelands. I will now read excerpts from Michelle's articles. In the first, The End of Home Ownership, Maclean's July 2023, she says, in 2021, the Squamish First Nation successfully reclaimed a historic village site called, forgive my pronunciation, Senak, not far from downtown. In 2019, the nation announced plans to build 6,000 rental homes on the 10.5-acre parcel, a level of density far beyond what would be allowed under municipal zoning, but permissible because, as First Nations land, Senak is not beholden to city rules. A major goal of the Squamish housing strategy is allowing their members to build the kind of housing wealth that has historically been out of reach for First Nations. Ms. Seesaw's second Maclean's article, March 2024, further reveals current Indigenous attitude to the fiscal value of land. It is entitled, Vancouver's New Mega Development is Big, Ambitious, and Undeniably Indigenous. Synopsis, in BC, Indigenous nations are reclaiming power and wealth for their own citizens, no matter what the neighbors think. Seesaw writes, MST is also planning an even bigger development, better known as Jericho Lands. It includes 13,000 new homes on a 90-acre site. These three First Nations have been resolute in their vision, refusing to diminish the size or scale of their developments to appease anyone. In fact, the number of homes planned for Jericho Lands has recently increased. Her article raises a question. How did the Jericho Lands development suddenly double in size from 13,000 to 24,000 residents, far beyond current infrastructure capacity? This doubling of size must have occurred through MSTDC's alliance with local real estate developers who see reconciliation as the new gold rush. The Jericho Lands ODP references the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Strategy for Vancouver 2022. After UNDRIP enumerates Indigenous rights for 45 articles, its final article, 46, 2 and 3, provides an overriding context stating, human rights and fundamental freedoms of all shall be respected. recognition and respect for the rights and freedoms of others, and meeting just and most compelling requirements of a democratic society. The declaration must be interpreted in accordance with the principles of justice, democracy, respect for human rights, equality, non-discrimination, good governance, and good faith. It doesn't override the rule of law in Canada. All people and institutions are equal before the law. The development is Indigenous-owned, and it's the largest corporation maximizing profits, and it must be treated like any other large development company. This vague and premature
Anna,
ODP
we are at time.
cannot be passed. Please do not approve it.
Thank you so
for your
much
attention.
speaking to council. Speaker number 17 is Robin Tavender. Please go ahead, Robin, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to greet our new councillors, especially Councillor Orr and his delightful and very bold Twitter feed. Keep speaking freely, sir. So, good evening, Mayor and Council. Pages 2 and 3 of the plan, or one of the documents, say that the Jericho Lands lie within the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, the MST nations. This is an idea that has been and is being promulgated by various institutions, especially public schools and UBC. I think it started in Australia, according to my research, actually. UBC is currently being sued over the fact that this is clearly a political assertion that the university is requiring people to make. Now, my people are a mobile Indigenous people. We live in the light according to our ancestral oral law, which is our sovereign and our inheritance. We have never had a territory in the sense of the specified claims of Canada or the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, as I understand them. We have lived all over this planet, North America, Africa, Europe, and many places. So let's consider what the jurist Gratian, who in his treatise on the laws, says. He says that natural law differs from custom and enactment. By natural law, all things are common to all people. In contrast, by customary and enacted law, one thing is called mine and something else another's.
Sorry, Robin, can you stay on the topic, please?
I am staying on topic. I'm building a foundation. People talked about science fiction novels and all sorts of other things. They talked about the general neighborhood. I am laying a foundation about the land law involved here. Thank you. Gratian gives as an example of this the early Christians who, as recounted in Acts 4:32, were of one heart and one mind, as well as Plato's Republic or Commonwealth, in which no one considers anything his own. In this sense, all human claims of ownership are a product of what Gratian calls customary or enacted law, so that we have two competing claims. One, that the territory is crown land, subject to certain burdens, such as Aboriginal title, and the other, that there is some other land title system that would require cession from descendants of historical occupants in order to give the crown a legitimate title. These are simply contrasting systems of usages, as Gratian calls them. And he says that human usages differ greatly because different things please different peoples. There is no natural reason why the prior occupants or their descendants should be preferred to the present occupants. Even the Canadian case law does not acknowledge unceded territory. As stated in Delgamuuk at paragraph 145, Aboriginal title is a burden on the Crown's underlying title. There is no Aboriginal title without underlying Crown title for, quote, the relationship between the common law and pre-existing systems of Aboriginal law is what creates Aboriginal title. So I guess from Calder onward, vis-a-vis my people as a mobile people, we haven't really been considered, and we're much in the position that the Nisga'a were when they were denied their claim by the BC Court of Appeal in 1970. But specifically about the architecture and the built form, I am concerned for two reasons. The first is that as a mobile people, our law is very different from people who are tied to a fixed territory. We are not tied to the land, and God willing, we never will be. We consider it very strange to have a fixed place in the land. We see that life is movement, from rain to the sun. Everything is always moving. Everything moves, that is life. Cessation of motion, that is death. One of our great old sayings
Robin, I have to stop you. Please.
For the second time you're interrupting me. It is on topic.
Okay.
Can you give me some sense of how it's not on topic?
We're talking about a Jericho Land development.
Yes. This is a specified claim and how you're going to administer it. My people don't make specified claims. One of our great old sayings is that only dead people live in boxes. The second is that the plan is to construct lots of little boxes made of ticky-tacky, as the old folk song goes. This plan will create little boxes for around 24,000 people. I do not think personally that is necessary or desirable, nor do I believe it is humane. My stated view is that the city should not create any additional density. Ideally, density should be reduced. The population base here already exceeds the natural resources and amenities such as the seawall, bike paths, and other things. Anyone who has been here for decades can see that the overcrowding is not humane. As the previous speaker said, this is in the service of mammon, greed, filthy lucre, and has very little to do with a desirable or humane built environment. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Robin. Speaker number 18 is Susan Fisher. Susan here. Please go ahead, Susan, you have 5 minutes.
My name is Susan Fisher. I'm a resident of Vancouver. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for this opportunity to express my opposition to the official development plan. I oppose it first just on the grounds of process. If the ODP passes, there will be no further public hearings. For the next 25 or 30 years, as the development proceeds, they will never have to justify the plan or accommodate legitimate concerns from other residents. This is just bad policy, it's undemocratic, and heedless of the future. I also oppose the ODP on the grounds of its deceitful treatment of affordability. Many people in Vancouver, as we've heard tonight, seem to believe that the Jericho Lands development is going to unleash some bonanza of affordable housing in a desirable neighborhood. Forget it. The city's backgrounder for the ODP states that it will, quote, embed affordable housing obligations. But a close examination of the ODP itself reveals that there are no affordable housing obligations. Quote, given the need for senior government and partner funding to achieve the affordable housing targets on the site, for each rezoning, secured market rental housing and/or below market rental housing may be considered by the city as an alternative to delivering social housing. So we should obviously tailor our expectations to that. This evening, the developer stated that they will be delivering 3,500 units of attainable housing. But remember that the Attainable Housing Initiative is developed by the provincial government. It's not paid for by the developer. It's not a gift from the developer. The provincial government, that is the taxpayers, will subsidize it. So in order to get any guarantees of social housing or affordable housing at the Jericho Lands, taxpayers are going to have to subsidize this development. But you know, in case you didn't know, we've already given significant subsidies to the MST. In total, the MST has received for the Jericho Lands close to $500 million of interest-free or very low-interest loans from government with long payback periods. And that doesn't even include the $96 million they were given when they signed the deal with the province for the province section in 2016. So now, in order to get any affordable housing from the Jericho Lands, we're going to have to pay even more. This development is not going to be a great boon to Vancouver residents. It looks likely to become yet another luxury condo development for offshore investors. I'm also opposing the ODP because of the lack of clarity about the possible UBCX SkyTrain. The document states that if the SkyTrain is delayed or not funded, the plan will be, quote, reviewed. And yet the ODP authorizes the developer to go ahead with phase 1 anyway. That's about a quarter of the development without any certainty about transit. I believe it's going to be a long time before the extension can be funded at its current estimated cost of $8 to $10 billion. How will our deeply indebted provincial or federal governments pay for it? And should this expensive, possibly even unnecessary infrastructure investment be made solely to increase the marketability of a private development? Once again, taxpayers are being asked to subsidize a massive for-profit project that isn't going to yield much, if any, affordable housing. Finally, I oppose the ODP because it authorizes a development that will harm local parks, destroy public views, and create a dense cluster of high-rises that will be completely out of scale with the surrounding neighborhood. In the policy statement, the proponents claim that, quote, everything we do is about nature. But nothing about this plan shows any reverence for the natural world, no concern for energy efficiency, long-term climate resilience, or protection of biodiversity. There is open space, yes, that's good, but it's going to be overshadowed by 60-plus towers. This is a design exam aimed solely at maximizing profit, wrapped up in rather hypocritical rhetoric about environmental values. It's going to ruin a beautiful part of our city permanently, and there's very little payback for other citizens in terms of affordability. I believe that, Mayor and councillors, you should not endorse this ODP. Thank you.
Okay, speaker number 19 is Alan Drinkwater. Is Alan here?
Good evening. I'm Alan Drinkwater, a resident of Vancouver, and I am opposed to the ODP. I address my remarks to the First Nations involved in the Jericho Lands development in the spirit of building respectful relationships, for we will all soon be neighbors. And I also address my remarks to the mayor and city councillors. Development is necessary, but surely it must be done in a manner that complements established neighborhoods, accurately reflects population projections, is environmentally responsible, and most of all, will be truly livable in the long term. I am wholly opposed to the official development plan. It is monstrous. The scale and density of development are beyond excessive, beyond our city's needs. 60-plus high-rise towers, 3 of which are 49 stories, will result in the total destruction of the beautiful 90-acre site under consideration. First Nations and city government, before you now is the opportunity to create an amazing model development that focuses on low-rise structures, provides plenty of green spaces, heavily utilizes wood technology, i.e. greater than 35%, to the much-needed benefit of our struggling BC forest industry, has a much lower environmental impact than does steel and concrete construction methods, and will truly be livable far into our future. The development plan proposed by the Jericho Coalition offers these benefits. The Jericho Lands official development plan being discussed this evening most certainly does not. Now, specifically, Mayor and councillors, I urge you to not approve the Jericho Lands official development plan. Then, please take a step back and seriously consider the Jericho Coalition proposal. If you wish to be remembered for making Vancouver a better city, the Jericho Lands official development plan will not achieve that. The Jericho Coalition development approach most certainly will. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Alan. The next speaker is speaker 20, Matthew Davlin. Is Matthew online? Okay, so we're going to come back to speaker number 20 later.
I'm on.
Oh, you're on. Okay, please go ahead. Matthew, sorry about that.
Nope.
Okay, please go ahead.
Hi, Councillor Zhao. Councillor Zhao, it's Bill Thielman, number 21.
Oh, it's Bill. It's okay. Number 20 is not online. It's Clerk. It's not. Okay, we can come back to number 20. So, number 21, Bill Thielman. Please go ahead, Bill.
Thank you, Councillor Zhao. I appreciate that. I'm a taxpayer in Kitsilano. I live a few blocks away from the Jericho Lands, and I'm a second-generation Vancouverite. First, I want to point out that no questions are allowed in this council from councillors to citizens who are speaking here, taxpayers who are speaking here, and I object to that. I also note that appears the MSC councillors and executives have left the council chambers and are not listening to what the citizens have to say here, and I find that regrettable. My neighbors and Vancouverites don't even know about this hearing. That's intentional, in my opinion. The developers won't even speak to the Vancouver Sun, the newspaper, which did a big feature on that today. And as I look at this on YouTube, there are 69 people in total watching on YouTube. Let's be blunt, this is a great, big, giant real estate play, with taxpayers subsidizing windfall profits for the developers. Let's start with the UBC SkyTrain extension, which every document admits is essential to this project. An $8 to $10 billion cost of Vancouver taxpayers, BC taxpayers, and Canadian taxpayers to serve just 7 kilometers in one riding. By comparison, for that cost, we could have 52 kilometers of light rail transit across the entire city. Next, as Councillor Dominato has clarified tonight, the 20% affordable housing and the 10% social housing is 100% dependent on BC and Canadian taxpayers. Otherwise, there will be none. That means another further subsidy from all of us taxpayers at every level. Next, we have questions raised about childcare, schools, community centers, amenities. These all appear to need taxpayer subsidization, again, under this plan. Next, this official development plan, as admitted by the city, is unnecessary and unusual. And as the developer and the city have said, it is to help the developer raise money to build this giant subsidized windfall profit project. Tonight we heard from David Negrin speaking for the MST Development Corporation, who said that this project is, quote, not exclusive but inclusive, unquote. Unfortunately, the facts make the opposite true. Will there be affordable housing at the 49th floors of the 3 giant high-rises? Obviously not. Will they be down from 448 down with a view to kill? I don't think so. This is a pure and simple developer play. It's backed by a council that seems to be enthralled by developers. I strongly urge you to prove me wrong, vote this down, and stop it now. Listen to alternative plans as the Jericho Coalition put forward, which council has not even bothered to listen to. I urge you strongly, stop this now.
Thank you, Bill. So just to clarify, council is able to ask questions to speakers at the public hearing. And also we still have a representative from MST to listen to this public hearing. Okay, speaker number 22 is Eva Gerspatch. Is Eva in person?
Hi.
Yeah,
Hi, I'm here. I'm online. Thank you. Hi, my name is Eva Gersbach. I'm a Vancouver resident and live in West Point Grey. Currently, I'm renting an apartment. I have been here in West Point Grey since 2016. I am strongly opposed to this development. I agree that the Jericho Lands are a great opportunity to provide new housing. I'm horrified by the idea of having 49-story towers in this neighborhood where there's no context. There's no context. There's no concept of adjusting to the landscape, the natural landscape of the hill and the nearby ocean and the parks. I expressed my opposition strongly last year in February, and I felt completely ignored. It's really discouraging to feel that you can say what you want and it doesn't seem to make a difference, which is really unfortunate. I don't begrudge the First Nation people the opportunity to have develop land and to call it their own and benefit from the income and all this. I think that's perfect, very good. I'm very happy for them. I just don't think that this is a scale that's responsible for this neighborhood. You go out to in a low-rise building, you go from downtown Vancouver. Now we have to see these black behemoths that happen at south end of Broad Street Bridge. That's not the way they were predicted. You never know what they're going to look like, but they're black monoliths standing there. And then you have low rises, and then you will suddenly be confronted with this massive, absolutely massive urban landscape. Yes, I'm happy to hear that 50% is going to be 18 stories or less. But that still leaves 50% of buildings of 18 stories plus. That means 30, 35, 40, 49. I mean, the Wall Center is what, 48 stories? This is what we're going to be having out in Jericho Lands. I said the same opposition that high-rises don't make community. It's the opposite. Wind channels, it's going to be still a concrete jungle. Why do we have to provide 27,000 people? Why can't we do 14,000? That's already plenty. And I agree that the Jericho Coalition has put forward a proposal that will be built much faster, will provide housing that we need today within the next 5 years rather than 30 years, and the stress on everything, the infrastructure, schools, community centers are not there. And I'm stumped. I don't think it's forward-looking, economically, ecologically, especially. I strongly oppose it. I really encourage City Council and also the new councillor, which I helped elect. I really encourage you to think this again and revisit this massive, especially the heights. Please do not put 49-story towers into this neighborhood. Please don't. Come and look at it and look at what this would look like. It's not pretty. Go out to Brentwood Wall and see what it looks like. It's horrific. I just don't see why this had to happen. So thank you for the opportunity again to express my opposition. I'm grateful for the time, and I'm really grateful for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. Speaker number 23 is Wah G. Is Wah here?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me there, Lenny?
Yeah, we can hear you, Wah. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yeah. It's Mr. Waji here. And anyways, even though I'm a resident of East Vancouver near the PNE, I'm just concerned about the potential development of the Jericho Lands. I have attended some of the Jericho Coalition hearings and things like that just to listen and stuff. But anyways, the proposal of the council would allow developers to turn these lands into a concrete jungle. Residents around the Jericho region are very concerned with what could happen. I believe the plan is outlined on the Jericho Coalition website fits best low to mid-rise structures, which can provide similar density while maintaining livability, sustainability, and resilience. Instead of high-rise towers, the Jericho Lands could become a ground-oriented, community-minded, climate-conscious neighborhood where kids can grow up and people can age in place. So, we got to consider like transit and motor vehicles and pedestrians and schools and parks and the whole 9 yards. Anyways, please consider the concerns of the Jericho residents. I'm opposed to this ODP as currently outlined. And that's all I have to say for this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Wah. Number 24 is Blair Smith. Not online. Okay, we're going to come back. 24. Number 25 is John Rush. Yeah, please go ahead, John.
Good evening. My name is Joan Rush. I was born in Vancouver. My husband and I have lived here throughout our nearly 50 years of marriage. Like many BC coastal residents, I am thrilled every spring to hear the three-note rising song of one of BC's most beloved birds, the migrant Swainson's thrush, also known as the olive-backed thrush. First Nations people explain that the Swainson's thrush arrives in the spring to call up the salmon berries. I oppose the proposed height of the Jericho Lands towers because the towers will stand directly in the migratory path of the Swainson's thrush, contributing to the loss of this amazing bird species. The Swainson's thrush is a miracle of nature. These small birds fly annually from as far away as South America across the continental U.S. to BC to breed in our northern Pacific coast. The Swainson's thrush migrates and breeds near sources of fresh water, so our frequent droughts are already stressing these birds. After breeding, the Swainson's thrush returns home, flying hundreds of miles daily to reach their destinations in South America and southern Mexico. The Swainson's thrush migrates nocturnally. The erection of a group of enormous towers in a small confined space, including multiple towers over 40 stories high, in their usual migratory path, will result in the death of many of the Swainson's thrush. Their thrush cousins on the eastern side of our continent, which also migrate nocturnally, regularly fly into the high rises of the East Coast cities. Hundreds are found dead each year at the feet of the city towers, many of which are less than 40 stories tall. I absolutely support reconciliation with the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish nations. But it is crucial for us to find a way to use the Jericho Lands that does not further endanger a species of bird that is already threatened by environmental damage and weather change. We must reduce the proposed height of the towers to a level that does not endanger the Swade's thrush. I recommend that our municipal, provincial, and federal governments continue to negotiate an alternative means to meet the economic objectives of this development. Perhaps we can provide additional land or direct financial compensation to the First Nations partners. The First Nations people of BC have worked with government on shared decision-making to protect our coastal waters. I implore them to not only look down at the shoreline, but also to look up at the bird species that need our protection. If we don't reduce the height of these towers, we will end up like the East Coast residents every morning, sweeping up the corpses of the tiny Swainson's thrush from the ground below these towers. If we build these enormously high towers on the Jericho Lands, directly in the migratory flight path of the Swainson's thrush, we will have contributed to the destruction of a priceless part of nature, and we will all be devastated by the loss of this beautiful sound of spring. And I have one more comment because I have one more minute left, and that is to say, I've watched this presentation and the speakers through the last couple of hours, and I watched council listen attentively and ask good questions of the developers. But I have watched you sit the rest of the time through the public presentation, scrolling through your emails and your telephones and your laptops. I really do implore you, please pay attention to the members of the public who come to speak here. Thank you very much.
Not sure if we have speakers for the second item, but we are almost at 9 p.m. We still have 40 speakers to go for this item. So likely we are not able to do the item 2. Most likely it will be deferred to the next council meeting or public hearing. Okay, we're going to continue. Speaker number 26, Naomi Gaor. Please go ahead.
My name is Noemi Galore. I'm here in private capacity. I'm a resident of Vancouver. Mayor, unfortunately absent. Councillors, not all here. This is a momentous hearing of a very important project for the city of Vancouver. I really deplore the fact that we don't have the whole city council and mayor here to hear us. I come here with an open mind and open heart to our three nations, neighbors, partners, residents and citizens of this province, this city, this province, and this country. And I welcome the offer that was made at the beginning by one of the representatives and leaders to be open and listen to each other and talk to each other. And therefore, I'm hoping that the city will reconsider and agree to open this conversation and not close the discussion or the decision on the ODP with this consultation meeting here today. I oppose the official development plan for the Jericho Lands. The proposed plan, a massive high-rise towers jungle of cement and glass, is urbanely inhumane and environmentally unfriendly and from both angles, it is unsustainable. The Jericho Lands policy statement and the Jericho Lands ODP are severely lacking in many ways, and I read them, and I found that I couldn't find many of the answers that were asked here also by councillors, and actually I'm surprised that councillors had to ask the planning, the city staff, those questions, and also the developers. They had plenty of time to ask them those questions prior to our hearing today. The plan proposes excessive density and scale of development beyond infrastructure capacity and without consideration of surrounding neighborhoods and parks. The ODP promises to lead to affordable housing, but neglects to emphasize that this would require significant funding by senior governments, hence taxpayers' money. They also neglect to point out that taxpayers would have to fund their subway extension to UBC for the benefit of the private development corporation. And I just want to remind everybody here, there was a lot of talk about UBC. UBC is not Vancouver, it's a separate jurisdiction. UBC concerns about housing for students is perhaps primarily a concern for UBC and UBC lands and not Vancouver. The proposed development also seriously impacts two adjacent public parks by blocking views and shading to the detriment of park users and future Jericho Land residents. The plan ignores the need to climate-proof the newly built development. 66 high-rise towers, most of concrete and steel, are a denunciation of the city and Canada's environmental agenda. This could be a landmark model, the Jericho Lands, of a new generation of modular, prefabricated wood and mass timber construction industry for the benefit of both land keepers, which First Nations are, and the BC forest industry. There is insufficient detail relating to height and forms of development permitted, only maximum square footage and land uses per phase, and this in addition to a whole host of other details that are missing. Community concerns expressed so far remain mostly unaddressed. A Jericho coalition didn't get the day to talk to the city. The ODP proposes private ownership of amenities that is unprecedented and unacceptable. The same applies to the timeline.
Sorry, I have to respect the rules and to be fair to everyone. You are 10 seconds over already. Well, it is already. No, we can't because we have to respect the rules to be fair to everyone. And you can send the comments to City Council, no problem. I'm sorry, we have to respect the rules, respect others. Sorry, please respect others, okay? Thank you. Thank you so much, Naomi. Speaker number 7 is Shelley Craig. Shelley's on the line or? The 7? Yeah, please go ahead to Shelley. Is speaker number 27 on the line? Okay, so we can come back. Speaker number. Sure, okay. Okay, speaker 27, Shelley, are you online? Okay, so you might be muted on your end. Please turn on your audio.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Please go ahead.
Okay. Sorry about that. You're right. I was muted on my end. Good evening, and thank you to council and staff for seeking feedback. My name is Shelley Craig, and I'm a principal at Urban Arts Architecture and a Vancouver resident. I'm grateful to live, work, and play on the traditional lands of the Coast Salish peoples. Urban Arts is currently working on numerous Indigenous projects, support of affordable housing in the downtown east side, and the renovation of the VPL Central Children's Library branch. We are committed to creating an equitable, inclusive, and safe city for all. The Jericho Lands presents an opportunity to create an Indigenous-focused, regionally built neighborhood that supports our local economy and resources. In our current environment, in the time of looming tariffs, undertaking a regional build approach is of paramount importance, an approach where we undertake a commitment to the land, the forest, and the sea, grounded in reconciliation. The Jericho Lands can bring the forest to the sea, building upon the one water restorative approach. It can also become a wood-urban neighborhood featuring mass timber construction and providing connectivity to the land, the sea, and regional growth. The project can be a catalyst to further enhance the transformation of the BC wood industry to create value-added construction approach. I support the project's density and affordability. However, I do not support the current massing and form of development. I believe this is an opportunity to reframe the construction paradigm and build in wood, enhancing both sustainability and affordability. The project has projected 35% mass timber and wood frame construction. We can do better. Currently building in BC, or building in wood, is possible up to 18 stories under the National Building Code. Aiming for 100% wood construction can result in a neighborhood that demonstrates a sustainable net zero carbon built in BC approach with the same density targets. There will be less towers and more 6 and up to 18-story housing. This approach can honor the connectivity to the land and the water rather than tall towers and prioritizing distant views. The net zero wood urban neighborhood can also demonstrate our commitment to sustainable growth that is flexible and affordable. Our federal government has invested in pipelines. Perhaps it is time for MST, the city, and the province to invest in the forest and create a community with 13,000 homes that is grounded in reconciliation and is homegrown. Please support an amendment to create a net zero carbon 100% wood neighborhood. We need this, our city needs this, and this is an incredible opportunity to create the right neighborhood in this beautiful location. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shelley. Speaker number 28, Catherine Hodgson. Let's go ahead, Catherine.
Good evening, City Councilors, and to our new councilors, and thank you for your time. My name is Kate Hodgson. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I'm here today to speak in support of the Jericho Lands Official Development Plan. I was born and raised in Point Grey. I went to Jewel Quinnell School. I studied at UBC, and my parents still live in the neighborhood. I love Point Grey, but as it stands, I can't imagine a future for myself there. The small businesses that I grew up frequenting, the 4 bookstores in Point Grey Village, the movie theater, the grocery store, have all closed down as rental costs have shot up, but demand has remained unchanged. Housing costs in the neighborhood, as is the case across Vancouver, have skyrocketed, meaning that renting, let alone purchasing a home like the one that my parents rented and then bought in 1995, is not an option at all for me and for my sibling. My partner and I are now having to consider moving away from this city that we love so much and from our families because we can't imagine building the future that we want here. But the Jericho Lands development allows me to imagine a future for myself in this city. It allows me to imagine a future where my parents can downsize without losing their community, and where me and my sibling can stay close by as they get older. It allows me to imagine raising my kids here, and enjoying the green spaces and the public services that make for a thriving community. And with respect, it's telling that the folks who are opposing this project are those who already own homes in this neighborhood. And I hope that they know that what they're doing in opposing the Jericho Lands development is closing the door on their own kids and on the next generation that will define this city. Finally, I'll remind everyone who's spoken in opposition to this project, particularly those of you who have identified yourselves as homeowners, that all of us who are settlers are uninvited guests on Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh lands. If your family, like mine, owns a home in the city, your wealth has come at the expense of the nations who were forcibly expelled from those lands and who are owed a massive debt by this city and its residents that will forever go unpaid, no matter how much we might claim to have reconciled. And I'll add that it's an insult and the height of irony to claim that an MST-owned corporation would, as a previous speaker said, commit environmental vandalism when the face of this region has been deeply and irrevocably transformed by settler presence. The Vancouver that I want to live in is one that takes its lead from Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, where everyone can afford to live and to stay, and where me and my community can imagine a real future for ourselves. So I hope that this council moves to make that a reality by approving the Jericho Lands ODP. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Catherine. Speaker 29 is Liz Stewart.
Hi, I'm phoning in. I have lived in Vancouver for 30 years now, and 30 years of those I have lived in Point Grey, including 25 years as a homeowner, and I still live 3 blocks from the Jericho Lands, and I raised my children here. I am phoning in support of the Jericho ODP for several reasons. The first is the obvious historical and ethical principle to which the previous speaker alluded. First Nations should get to benefit from this land, as I and other settlers like me have. We took this land without asking, and they are required now to ask to use their land as they wish. It would be beyond ironic for white settlers like us to level accusations of environmental degradation or greed in this context. The second reason I support the plan is obviously that a denser housing stock is key to the Greater Vancouver Regional District. This city cannot sprawl, unlike Toronto, because of its geographical boundaries: ocean, mountains, agricultural land reserve, U.S. border. So density is going to mean that we can give options to my kids and other folks who would really benefit from living closer to their work: nurses, mechanics, teachers, the people who are now having to commute from White Rock because they can't afford a home in Vancouver. For Vancouver to be a livable city, we need developments like this. Now I'd like to speak as a longtime resident of Point Grey. What we have really loved about Point Grey is obviously its location between the 2 biggest commuter destinations in the Lower Mainland, UBC and downtown, but also because it's been a very walkable neighborhood with retail and shopping and community amenities. But it has been dying. There are so many storefronts empty in Point Grey. And that has been a real problem for those of us who live here. Also, the massive, mostly non-residential Jericho lands have made a kind of large hole in the community between 4th Avenue and 10th Avenue. So having both the Safeway site and the Jericho site made into housing-rich environments will really bring our communities back to life and allow local businesses to thrive and survive in ways that they simply cannot now. So we have a vision of a new walkable community like Olympic Village, but with even more nature and a beautiful and thoughtful design. And lastly, I do acknowledge that This will be a change for our primarily single-family dwelling neighborhood, for sure. But I just want to say it's a change that a lot of us welcome, both for ourselves and for other Vancouverites, for our children, for our students, and for our neighbors. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Liz. Speaker 30 has withdrawn. Speaker 31 is Roberta Olenek.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, I'm Roberta Olenek. I live in Vancouver. I oppose the approval of the Jericho ODP. This ODP is not required. Developer MST Partnership asked for it for its own benefit, to the detriment of Vancouverites who have to live with the consequences. A key consequence is that this public hearing will be the last one ever for a monumental project that will triple the population of Point Grey over the next 30 years. 30 years with no public hearings means tomorrow's generations will have no say over what they will be forced to live with if this ODP is approved today. No public hearings even as 50-story towers shade out their Jericho Park in violation of city bylaws. No say even as they wait decades for a school and other amenities to finally be provided. Especially alarming here is that this ODP omits crucial details, including building height and forms of development. These details are confined to the Jericho Lands policy statement, which can easily be changed at any council meeting with no public hearing and a minimum majority of 6 council votes. Nor does this ADP include any detail as to how, or even if, the development would be scaled back if the UBC SkyTrain extension does not get built. Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead.
I heard something else. All it says is the plan would be reviewed, yet the massive scale of this project is totally dependent on UBCX, for which there is no business case and no funding. All this raises this question: how can such an ODP be approved when it is so vague and incomplete that we don't even know what we are actually approving? That is akin to handing the MST Partnership a blank check. Speaking of blank checks, what is this developer offering in exchange? How about affordable housing? The vast majority of people who submitted support comments to this hearing say that is what they want and expect. I guess they didn't read the ODP carefully enough to realize there won't be any affordable housing here unless the government, in other words, taxpayers, funds it. Taxpayers will also be on the hook for billions for UBCX if it ever gets built, all for the developer's benefit. Further, this ODP grants the developer permanent private ownership of all the public amenities, a dangerous precedent that fails to ensure these amenities remain public for future generations. And these will only be provided at the end of the project, leaving decades of existing infrastructure overburdened as Jericho's population proliferates. I strongly oppose this blank check of an ODP that thumbs its nose at democracy. In the next election, I will not be voting for anyone on council who approves this premature, vague, and unnecessary ODP. A significant number of the support comments submitted to this hearing claim that NIMBY West Side residents oppose development of the Jericho Lands because they're not willing to accept their fair share of necessary densification. This is false. Most West Side residents, including me, recognize the importance of developing this site, especially because no renters will be demo-evicted like those impacted by the Broadway plan. But MST is asking Point Grey residents to take on more than their fair share of added density. This development is the biggest single property development project in recent Vancouver history. It is 20 times more dense than and will triple the population of the surrounding neighborhood. It is 4 times larger than Oak Ridge, 3 times more dense than both Vancouver's West End and Hong Kong, and more than 5 times as dense as New York City. Polls show that 70% of Vancouverites oppose MST's Jericho plan precisely because of this excess density and its massive tower heights. Most Vancouverites, including West Side residents like me, support instead the more livable, affordable, and environmentally responsible alternative development plan advanced by the Jericho Coalition. This alternative would provide housing for 16,000 people in low-rise, low-carbon, family-oriented buildings that would be cheaper, faster, and less disruptive to build than MST's towers while still generating generous profits. Under the Coalition's plan, the population of Point Grey would double, proportionally slightly more than the population increase in the turbocharged Broadway plan area. why the coalition's widely supported win-win solution has been totally stonewalled in favor of MST's contentious high-rises raises critical questions about the whole decision-making process in this city and in this province. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 32 is Mark Watersby. Please go ahead, Mark.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, no, not Mayor, Councillor. Good evening. I'm Dr. Mark Battersby, and I'm opposed to the current ODP for the Jericho Lands. I first wish to congratulate the newly elected councillors on their electoral success and to remind the previous sitting councillors of the unprecedented magnitude of the by-election vote that sent a clear message of dissatisfaction with the administration of the ABC Council. I am the past president of the Kitsilano Arbutus Residents Association and led the negotiations with the city and Molson's about the development of what is now known as the Arbutus Walk. The initial totally unacceptable proposal for the Molson lands involved 13 18-story towers. Sounds familiar? The current proposal for the Jericho land reminds me of that, though it is, in fact, much worse. At the time, the residents argued successfully for a development that was ground-oriented and family-friendly. And eventually, the planners and council listened. The result, as many of you probably know, is a world-famous example of a healthy and livable urban development. The Jericho lands present a similar opportunity to create a comparable, livable development. The council should give full credence to the impressive work of the Jericho Coalition. One of the problems that I've noticed for the speakers who oppose, who favor the ODP, is they are unaware of the alternative possibility. A bunch of 18-story towers, more than 18-story towers, is not the only alternative. What the council should do is decline to pass this ODP and return the issue to the citizens for more planning. The fact that there's been discussions, I've been to many of the discussions, they are not real discussions with the citizens. They are one-way informative events. The current proposal is totally unaccessible, and people have made very good arguments against it. But I would point out on passing that the proposal is to create 13,000 units, homes they call them, where they anticipate 24,000 residents. That's less than 2 residents per home. This is not a family-oriented development. This is going to be one of those developments that is purchased by foreign owners and lived in by young people who hopefully can afford them, and they will move out when they want to raise their children. That was the argument we made about the Arbutus lands. We wanted them to be a place where people could, in fact, raise their children and stay. And we have been successful in doing so. And if you look at the coalition's proposal, you see a plan that is similar in that way. Having watched numerous council meetings since the passing of the Broadway plan, I have been struck by the intelligence and thoughtfulness of the citizens who come to offer their opinions. And I've been struck by, at that time, the consistent lack of respect and considerations for their insights. This is an opportunity now, I call upon it, for the revised council to change that pattern and to demonstrate a real commitment to democracy. I specifically call upon the newly elected opposition to take on their role as critics and to initiate a new citizen-based process that would give appropriate considerations to the thoughtful proposal produced by the Jericho Coalition. I also remind you that because of the undemocratic Bill 44, many have reminded you, the current ODP is passed. That prevents further participation by the citizenry. A vote against the ODP is a vote for democracy. And the recent by-election, the high level of participation made it very clear Citizens want a return to democracy and respect for their participation. I call you again to defeat the ODP. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Speaker 33 is Diana Magridge Davidson. Please go ahead whenever you're ready, Diana. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, everyone. I'm Diana Davidson. I've lived in this city for over 60 years. I ran my own business for years as a lawyer, and I was the founder of a number of things, including the People's Law School. I'm opposed to the passing of the ODP because once passed, we, the citizens and taxpayers of Vancouver, will no longer have a voice in zoning decisions re the Jericho Lands. It's clear from listening to these chaps who were talking first that they anticipate a number of changes, really big changes. And a lot of what was going to be a benefit was dependent on gifts from various levels of the government, i.e. the taxpayer. I heard Ms. Dominato interviewed after the election. I was impressed that she understood and accepted that the electorate was dissatisfied with ABC's conduct of city management. However, I believe she misunderstood the reason that ABC was wiped despite the opposition vote being split 4 ways. My view is the reason was we are all tired of dictatorships and disrespect from council, also from the premier of this province, who are both wiping out traditional aspects of participatory democracy and replacing them with sweeping orders such as the net effect of no consultation rezoning. To the south, the whole country is watching as a great effort at democracy is destroyed by a president and his acolytes who have, in a few weeks, eliminated the complex give and take that acts as a restraint on the power of leaders in a functioning democracy. BC voters, impatient with the erosion of democracy, can be seen in the recent reaction to Bill 7, in which David Eby sought to take over complete authority
I have to
of
remind
all
you to stay on
tariff-related
topic.
decisions for 2 years without legislative oversight. The business community rose up, the NDP backed down, but it is now widely seen that the Premier is acting as an autocrat. We Canadians are suddenly alert to the danger of elected officials becoming autocrats, given the destruction of democracy seen south of us. Wiping out the right of the community to input in rezoning is an instance of autocratic behavior. ABC's backing of ending the right to input is the reason, in my view, that they were wiped in this election and will be utterly wiped in the next. Former Mayor Campbell, who was mayor for a very long time here, is quoted as saying, re Eby's power grab, democracy is messy, and that's important for this
We have to
council
remind you to
remember.
stay on topic.
It can be frustrating, but it is necessary check on autocratic power.
Yeah, so sorry, Diana, we have a point of order on the floor.
What?
We have a point of order on the floor. Please go ahead, Councillor Carbion.
What?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Can we please, I know that speakers are passionate, but can we please remind the speakers to speak to the merits of the project or non-merits of the project at hand and not general political commentary, because we do have to focus on this
I am trying to
project.
give this council what is happening. What is happening is people in this country have woken up. Democracy is fragile, and they are offended by what this council is doing. And the Jericho Lands people evidently tried for years to get someone in the council on the planning committee to look at their alternative proposal. None did. Now that tells me something when I can see clearly that these chaps who came in first here have had access all over the place to council, to planners, to help federally, provincially, municipally. And our own people in this city have been denied that access. I'm asking you to respect democracy, the rights of residents, and your duty as elected representatives, and vote no to the ODP. Retain control over this huge development.
Thank you, Diana. You're at time. Thank you so much for speaking to council.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Speaker number 34 is John Greenton. Not on the line. Okay, we're going to come back. Speaker 35 is Erica Wiz.
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead, Erica.
Oh, hi, councillors. I'm a resident of Vancouver, not a homeowner, and I vote in municipal elections. I would feel remiss if I didn't preface my remarks by saying that I have a number of friends and acquaintances who are horrified at the proposed scale of Jericho Lands, but can't be bothered to participate in this hearing or provide comments to council because they feel that council is completely unresponsive. And so I'm frankly not really sure what the point is in having this hearing if any opposition just falls on deaf ears, but that's a subject for another day. I should also say that I appreciate the unique context in which Jericho Lands is being developed, and also the need to facilitate the project proponent's vision. But the other context in which the development is happening is the reality of an increasingly warming world and the need to future-proof our built environment. High-rise construction has a lot of negative attributes, not all of which I have time to get into here. Some previous callers have spoken to some of them, but suffice to say, it's the most embodied carbon-intensive building form, full stop. And it constitutes one of the biggest sources of carbon emissions globally. The city of Vancouver's own zero emissions building plan from 2016 concluded that low-rise multi-unit residential buildings are the ideal building form for cost-effective, high-performing building envelopes. High-rise towers are the least energy-efficient building form to operate over their life cycle. I sent all of you, together with my comments, a copy of a recent BC Hydro report to that effect. While low and mid-rise building types can rely on surrounding tree canopy and exterior awnings to provide shade and cooling, high-rise towers have to rely on energy-wasteful cooling systems, which in turn contribute to the climate crisis. One thing that I really struggle with is I find that the implementation of housing density in Vancouver is treated as this like all or nothing proposition of high rises or nothing. And it's not at all the case. The alternative plans that were commissioned by the Jericho Coalition show that density targets for Jericho Lands can actually be achieved without any high-rise towers at all. So there's actually a massive opportunity here to replenish family-friendly missing middle housing stock without defaulting to this retrograde building style of high-rise towers. So I've been reflecting on why there's such a prevalence of the ultra high-rise towers throughout the ODP, and it occurs to me that it's profit motive oriented, since the views from the mid to upper stories of those units would be extraordinary. So of course they'll be priced accordingly, i.e. unaffordable to any normal person. As the Jericho Coalition plans show, there is a more climate-resilient, family-friendly middle ground that would minimize the development's contribution to the climate crisis and provide an abundance of much-needed missing middle housing. So I put it to you to refrain from approving the ODP until the project proponents can recalibrate the design in a way that eliminates high-rise towers in favor of low-carbon, mass timber building forms while maximizing revenue potential. I am opposed to the development of Jericho Lands as currently contemplated by the ODP, and I urge you to provide a framework for Jericho Lands to be built for the future in a climate-resilient way, and defer the adoption of the ODP until these concerns have been addressed by the project proponents. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Right on time. Speaker 36 is Anthony Hudson. Yeah.
Good evening, councilors. As a homeowner and a longtime resident of Point Grey, I would like to speak in support of the proposed Jericho Lands OCP. I've lived in the neighborhood since 1995, 4200 block of West 11th, 3 blocks away from the proposed development. I walk past that site almost every day. I've owned a house there since 2001. So I want to speak primarily in support of the level of density that is being proposed here. I think that Jericho Lands, as proposed, will give many, many people the opportunity to live in an amazing part of Vancouver, to take advantage of the amenities that we all love there, the proximity to the beach, the parklands, the proximity to the corridor, the main corridor that joins UBC and downtown and the Broadway corridor. And it will almost certainly rejuvenate and enliven the Point Grey neighborhood. In the 30 years that I've been there, as a previous speaker referred to, we've lost many important institutions. We've lost Safeway, we've lost the Varsity Theatre, we've lost the bookstores, many other restaurants, and certainly city tax policy, the overweighting of taxes on commercial properties are doing us no good. But I think that the overall low density in the Point Grey neighborhood is a huge contributor to this. And so by doubling and tripling the population in the area, as was said at the very beginning of these hearings, that will bring up the fraction of the population in that space to a level that will really support the commercial enterprises in the area. And I think that is very welcome to me. I think that there's a great opportunity, given the siting, to strengthen the connections to the existing Point Grey village. We have a couple of roads between 8th and 10th that along Courtney or Trimble and Discovery that would enable us to create connections there. And I really like the idea that there's a commercial building on the southwest corner of the property that's proposed, because that will create a little bit more of a commercial connection and some traffic between the two spaces. Even more important for me and my wife personally, we're heading towards retirement. We have almost no options for retiring in place. There are no townhomes. There are very few apartments in the area. We love the area. We would love to retire there, and we see that a development like the one being proposed would vastly expand the range of opportunities for us. We would very easily see ourselves living there. And a final point, I am really delighted that MST is driving this. The Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples are playing a driving role here. This project alone cannot redress the injustices done to them over time by settlers to this region. I am obviously a settler. It will provide these nations with significant and long-lasting benefits. And as a design engineer myself, I recognize that there are arguments pro and con for different form factors, but I think we owe the First Nations tremendous deference with respect to the forms that they choose. They are well aware of the climate crisis. They are strongly affected by that. But it's also not fair to burden First Nations alone with all of the response that we as a society can make. We have just canceled the carbon tax in our society. So I think we have to be very careful about what burdens we put on the First Nations. So overall, the OCP strikes me as having sensitively considered a wide range of factors, particularly housing needs, while providing for an appropriate mix of amenities the parkland, the commercial space, schools, community center, and others. And so I therefore favor the OCP. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 37 is Annabelle Kershaw. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
It's lowered for me. Hello. I'm Annabelle Kershaw. I'm a Vancouver resident. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And it's a long, tiring process, I know, so I really appreciate everyone who's here. I've never spoken at a council meeting before, and I'm a little daunted. So the fact that I'm standing here is a measure of how deeply I feel about this issue. I was somewhat reassured by the presentation, and I'm easily swayed. So it's been very inspiring to hear opinions on both sides. So I find myself going, oh, yes, oh. So I'm a little confused, but I still have, I'm still not convinced, I have to say. I don't live in Point Grey, but I do live on the west side, and that's my good fortune due to, as has been pointed out several times, my age, as it would be completely out of reach for me if I were any younger, which is why I do recognize the need for younger people and more housing in the area. Both my children have left Vancouver. So that being said, I feel that this proposed plan is disproportionate to the Point Grey location. And to propose a huge wall of towers will do nothing to enhance anything and will further drive the families that we desperately need out to the suburbs where they can find more space to raise their kids. I have traveled, and I'm a bit of an architecture groupie. My husband is an architect, probably dying that I'm here. I love beautiful buildings, and I am inspired when I see creative solutions to urban issues. I hear people, often local politicians, brag about our world-class city, and sometimes I feel there's very little world-class about it. The world-class natural environment we have is being steadily eroded by bad planning, often bad planning, and uninspired designs. You know, I remember when Granville Island and the surrounding area was developed, and it was incredibly exciting. People came from all over the world to admire what could be done in an urban setting to create inviting spaces and communities that could thrive. And what has happened to us that the only thing we can come up with is a sprawl of monstrous concrete that will cut off the neighborhood from the parks and the waterfront and do untold damage to the environment? So since I have become passionate about this, like ready to lie down in front of the bulldozers passionate, I have been looking around at the Lower Mainland in different areas, and I see masses of towers that, with a very few notable exceptions, have no inspiration in design. But even with the areas that have the most towers, I don't see anything like the number that are being proposed in this area. So cities like Paris, London, Amsterdam, huge density and no towers. Why can we not look to the great cities of the world to see the way they adapt to growing populations without destroying the very elements that make them great? As for affordability, well, let's not kid ourselves. We have seen on too many occasions how these community benefits are gradually decreased through the process, again, as they are not feasible. In fact, this project may not have any impact on affordability, which is not surprising given the prime location of the real estate. In fact, other than truly subsidized homes, these thousands of units will not be within reach of working Vancouver families. They will go to the portfolios of wealthy individuals, many of whom do not make Vancouver their home. In fact, I just recently have heard the developers complaining and stating that the rules around foreign ownership are hurting the bottom line. So away we go again. And where are all the co-ops that have been so successful in the past? So City Council, there is this feeling that this is a done deal. And this is what I hear all the time. Why even bother? Someone else was saying this. And if that's true, then no wonder there's an apathetic and resigned public who believe that their votes count for nothing. I feel that this project needs to be looked at again. It really does. And as it stands now, well, I guess the best thing I can say right now is, with all the towers, is, well, I'll be gone from the earth by the time that it is completed. Thank you.
Yeah. Good evening, councillors. I want to commend the eloquence of the previous speaker. I'm in a bit of a quandary too. I oppose this, but with the hope that it eventually goes ahead in changed form. Thanks for listening to our comments for this project. But let me say that this should not be the end of public input, particularly as it seems to be talked of in terms of phases and stretching over decades. I think there'll be a revolution if this gets carved into stone and goes ahead, unchanged for a decade. I'm a long retired engineer who's worked in the forest industry for 40 years. We moved to Vancouver just before Expo 86, and it was a wonderful time. Much has changed since then, though, much for the better. But until recently, I think I'm not happy with the Broadway plan either. I see a number of problems with this development. We're missing, first of all, an opportunity here. Canada's got trees. The developer, the city, and the province and Canada have a wonderful opportunity to showcase a great new Canadian innovation. This project would benefit by using mass timber construction. I'm glad it was mentioned many times this evening. And there's a wonderful example out at UBC. If you haven't been out there to that men's residence out there, it's standing there. It's been there for years. I've been in it. And by pushing up, of course, the amount of prefabrication, it makes housing easier and faster to put up and brings down costs and will give a boost, an important boost to our forest industry. And why are we shipping out raw logs? It baffles me. As well, I would have thought that the wood construction would align better with Indigenous values and heritage rather than these concrete and glass jobs. This should be thoroughly explored, but it would require pausing the project. Probably a good thing, though, given the very unsettled state of world affairs right now and the Canadian economy. I mean, I wouldn't put a dime into this thing right now. I think I'd wait a year or two and see what happens out of the water. We Canadians really have to give our collective sleepy heads a shake. I call on City Hall to do something for Canada. Pause the project. However, the last decade, all levels of government have seized on the idea of supercharging population growth. Everything would be better and we'll all be better off. Well, surprise, surprise. Where are the family doctors? Where is the affordable housing? Where are the schools for all the kids? Where's the green spaces? You really have to ask yourself, do these guys in the audible bubble know what they're doing? It's clear that the future population growth in the future will be more moderate than in the recent past. Result, the project needs for housing in the future are wildly exaggerated. I'm not a population expert, but that's my guess. We will have a happier city by gently densifying and upgrading existing low-rise apartments. This is a low-carbon and sensible approach. Yes, but of course we need more housing. But what we are being proposed is not affordable to those who really need it and deserve it. If there's a pause, there would be an outcry from the real estate developers, other real estate developers. I'm not taking aim at MCI, who will threaten to move out of town. Well, we shouldn't have any fear. They'll come back when they realize that Vancouver is no longer a pushover. I think we make far too many concessions to keep them happy. The developer is providing no affordable housing unless it is subsidized by taxpayers. The Jericho Coalition have provided an excellent background paper, and they've listed all these things. It's in the fine print, and you got to dig it out. This is only gifting, not the only gifting by taxpayers in the proposed plan. All amenities such as parks, community centers, daycare centers, and the Vancouver School Board school is funded by taxpayers, and will be privately owned by the developer. This is an unprecedented giveaway. Why the special treatment? Sure, we're all, most of us are settlers, but I think there has to be a sense of proportion where things are going to really, am I through?
Yeah, sorry, Douglas, you are at time.
Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
Anyways, I think there's, I just don't think we should sleepwalk into approving this project as it is now defined.
Thank you so much. All right.
Chair?
Okay, I saw Councillor Kirby is on the line.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm on the queue for a point of procedure, recognizing the hour and the significant amount of public interest we have in speaking to the item. Looking to table a motion for council's consideration to extend to hear speakers and conclude the speakers list, but to refer debate and decision to the next available reserve date, which I believe is April 22nd at 3 p.m. And the clerks are nodding and affirming that. So wanted to put that forward for council's consideration.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. So seconded by Councillor Claassen. All those in favor say yea.
Chair.
Yeah. So we have a motion to finish all the speakers and refer to the decision and debate to the next reserve date, which is April 22nd at 3 p.m. in council chamber. Yeah. And we need a majority vote. Is okay, right? Yeah. Okay. So any other questions, Councillor Dominado?
Chair, I'm happy to support that. I will be moving home for the remainder, simply because I've got to say goodnight to my kids and get them ready for school in the morning and other things. So I will be, and then I'll catch up on any speakers I miss. But just noting that, I want people to know it's not that I'm absent, but have some family affairs to take care of. So
Thanks, Councillor. We have mover, we have seconder. So all those in favor say yea.
Yay.
Opposed say nay.
Yay. No, that was a yay.
Okay, so the motion carries unanimously. All right, so we're going to finish all the speakers tonight and leave the decision debate to the next reserve date, which is April 22nd at 3 p.m. in this council chamber. Okay. Speaker 39 has withdrawn. Speaker 40 is Cheryl Webster. Cheryl.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Great. My name is Cheryl Webster, and I oppose the Jericho Lands OCD in its current form. I oppose the developer only calling for one elementary school for a population of 28,000. The VSB's decision to not require the developer to have more school spaces is shocking and should be investigated before we have an Olympic Village situation on steroids. I oppose the density on the site before the subway is constructed. I oppose any building that shades Jericho Park, regardless of density. I oppose the lack of affordable housing and lack of housing typologies needed for Vancouver residents who live, work, and play in the city. More boxes in the sky are not what we need more of. This should not be student housing for UBC. I oppose the lack of amenities. The developer's proposed community amenities barely add more than what currently exists on the site. There is currently a community center, a pool, a gym, plus community meeting spaces on the site, including 2 preschools, a homeschool group, and an alternative school. The existing amenities were never accounted for on the existing conditions maps, therefore making the additional amenities seem far greater than what exists. I can't imagine the lack of access once there are 28,000 more people. This is another disaster waiting to happen. I oppose that in 90 acres with 28,000 people, that there are only one playing field. The community center, the elementary school, and the general population of 28,000 people will fight for availability. I oppose the privatization perspective of amenities that is similar to the Broadway plan, where individual buildings will have their own amenities and many private schools that will fill the education gap be leaseholders of these new buildings. I oppose the lack of setbacks of the buildings. Jericho Lands is often compared to the West End, but the setbacks that create leafy streets are not found in the Jericho Lands plan. It's more Metro Town than West End. I oppose that there will be no public hearings over the 30-year build-out, even though over 30 years there will be unforeseen variables that should be discussed publicly. You've heard this all before. The concerns are not a NIMBY perspective. It's a complete community planning perspective. You're ignoring holistic planning for what? Ask yourself for what? Thank you.
Thanks. Speaker 41 is Barbara May. Not on the line. Okay. Speaker 42 is Stuart Smith. Not on the line. Okay. Speaker 43 is Andrew Gregg. Andrew?
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hi, good evening, everyone, and hello to the members of the City Council. I'm concerned about the City of Vancouver acting too much as the land seller and not enough as the real estate regulator for this development. The City of Vancouver is supposed to be managing urban transformation for livability and growth. It's my opinion that the city is proposing, that the developers are proposing a massive multi-decade development project. But I feel that the city is not providing adequate regulatory or cost controls. These include the height limits that were discussed previously. I learned on this in today's meeting that these height controls are crazy. If we approve the plan today, there may be a situation in the future where up to 50% of the buildings on the site could be above the 18-story height levels. There's nothing stopping the developer today or controlling the developer today from building whatever they want at whatever cost. Cost control. There's no agreement regarding the form of development, the design of the design plan. There's no design controls over time. And if there's no design controls over time, it means there's no budget over time. The proposed design can be changed at any time, year 1, year 2, year 10, year 20. There are no controls to limit the development's visual impact or the aesthetics. There's no amenities or public services, limited amenities or public services for residents. And I find that very concerning. The following questions should be considered in examining projects such as this. Is the city overlooking longer range public interest goals? Can the city make good deals, especially when bargaining with sophisticated private parties? I hope so. It doesn't appear so. Are regulatory concessions given away too easily or too cheaply? It certainly appears that way. And are city planners focusing on short-term real estate activity rather than on a comprehensive long-range plan? Well, it certainly looks that way as well. Has the City of Vancouver done a thorough professional analysis of the hydrology, the utility supply, the water, the sewer, the power, or any other studies on the site? Well, it's difficult to know because we don't know what kind of site this is yet. We have no idea if the UBCX transit line is going to the side of the lot, it's coming down the middle of the property, will it be underground, and how will that affect the waterways? Or the wetlands, the slopes, the soils, the faults, the landscapes of the site. What is the environmental impact on nearby salmon spawning grounds? You know, it's not the development itself that I dislike. I think the development is a little bit garish. I wish the First Nations would have more First Nations culture and character on the site. The 49-story towers are tall, probably too tall. I could probably live with that. But it doesn't appear that the developers have anything in their mind except for profit. The way I feel about it is the developers are not working to create a vibrant living environment on the Jericho Lands site. It appears to be, let's find a way to get the highest towers and the most number of towers into one. It's a small space, but it's a 90-acre space. There's so much more you could do. More amenities, more design elements, more things for the neighborhood. Wouldn't it be nice if something on the site had something to do with the history of that Jericho site and its proud military history, or something in line with the character of Point Grey? And it appears that those are not being considered. Affordable and social housing. This is purely optional, and depending on, from what I can tell, is not mandated, and I believe it should be. The city should have controls on the affordable and the social housing elements on this property. Can the city of Vancouver make good deals, especially when bargaining with sophisticated real estate developers? The biggest concern I have on this site is that we don't know what the budgets are going to be. We don't know what the budgets are in year one.
Sorry, Andrew, you're at time. You're at time, right? Yeah, thank you. Thank you for speaking to council. Speaker 44, Leon Padvar-Baski. Please go ahead, Leon.
Hey, thank you, everyone. Thank you, councillors. I appreciate you all staying late, and I, whether I necessarily agree with your views or not, I would certainly look to vote for all of you in the next election. The fact you're here listening, working hard, I appreciate it. I have to say, I'm stunned and I'm shocked. I actually can't believe I'm here. I can't believe we're hearing about 48-story buildings in a single-family residential area. Honestly, I can't. And when I talk to my neighbors, they say things like, oh, it's never going to happen. Don't worry. It won't happen. These types of things. I don't think majority of people even can believe what's going on. I don't. I also hear people talking about, oh, Point Grey where there's $10 million homes, blah, 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 blah. It's not about that. There's $10 million condos downtown. It's about the fact there's a city the size larger than White Rock being plopped into a single family zoned residential area. I heard at the beginning people talking about working together and listening as part of the project. I see 48-story high rises being proposed. I don't understand. We're working together, listening. So they were going to be 100 stories? They're 48 stories? We're working together. We were going to demolish the whole city and we decided only demolish one part of the neighborhood? I don't understand that. I don't. I'm sorry, I don't. Councillor, you asked one of the members of the development about the density, and the reply was it was not the densest, which is fair because the Kits Point development is off the charts. It's Beijing, Hong Kong type scale, it's off the charts. So it's a fair answer. What wasn't mentioned is that it's 20 times the existing zoning of the area. 20 times. That's a fact. What also wasn't mentioned is that it is denser, it will be a population denser than downtown Manhattan. I lived in downtown Vancouver. I lived there when the Shangri-La was built. I lived there when the Trump Tower was built. I had no opposition whatsoever. I don't know if there was a hearing. I never went to a hearing. That's why I lived downtown. It was an area of dense population. It was an area where you lived to have restaurants. You knew it was crowded. You knew what you got when you moved downtown. I moved there willingly. I intentionally moved away from downtown to move away from that. I intentionally moved to a single-family neighborhood where when I wanted to have a garage built, it took 6 months, and I think this is fair to have the permit approved, and it was determined it could not be more than 24 feet wide or 12 feet tall. I think that's fair. It was made sure that it was congruent with the neighborhood. Now we're talking about building things that instead of 12 feet high are almost 500 feet high. The scope of it just befuddles me. It honestly, it does. At the same, one other piece I wanted to point out, we heard the discussion about projections of 450,000 people a year come to Canada. So that is a number that is based on the past couple of years of people that have come to Canada, a level that was double the previous immigration level, a level that the Prime Minister, Trudeau, former Prime Minister who instigated it, paused because he realized there's 7 million Canadians don't have a doctor. Almost over 700,000 people in BC don't have a doctor. So the Prime Minister that instigated it paused it. Even he realized it was unsustainable. Pierre Poilievre has talked about a pause. I don't know what the exact numbers are, but I really think I would be looking at it more before I went with a blanket projection of 450,000 a year. I wouldn't use that as a basis at all. I think that's an irresponsible projection. I think that's based on 2 of the highest past years in the past. The other thing, though, I did want to mention, I heard people talk about the fact that there's an issue with housing affordability. I heard people talk about the community dying in Point Grey. I heard about a housing shortage, and I certainly heard about reconciliation and the past troubles that our proud First Nations people have had. And I think we all need to be respectful of these different things. And I think we need to go back to what was said at the beginning. We need to all listen to each other and work together to come up with a plan that's reasonable. A 548-story high rises and the density we're talking about is reasonable downtown. It's not reasonable in an area that was zoned single family. So yes, I agree we should listen to each other. We should work together. We should do something responsibly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 45, Beatrice Xu. No. Okay. Speaker 46 is Gerard McGrath. Okay. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, start my time.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm Jerry McGuire, and I want to note that I support the goals of the Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh Nations in this project generally, but of course the devil is in the details. This project at present is insanely dense, and there's no guarantees of any of the social or affordable housings whatsoever. And I would conclude, probably less than a minute, that any councillor who would vote for this development plan in its current form should look to the results of the last by-election. They do so at their own political peril.
Thank you. You're welcome. Speaker 47, Luis Villegas.
Yes, I have a slide package.
Okay. There we go. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Luis Villegas. I'm a 40-year Vancouver resident with 40 years experience in urbanism, practicing in Canada and in the United States. Next slide, please. In Vancouver, I designed Chinatown Square and provided the concept plan for the Olympic Village. I oppose to this plan a one-size-fits-all towers and SkyTrain solution for the Jericho Lands, one of the finest sites in our city, is being bastardized by a plan that, as we shall see, just plops towers down indiscriminately. Next slide, please. It is a fallacy that increasing the housing stock by giving away density and height will drive home prices down. Built space is not in short supply. Land is a commodity in short supply. Next. To end the housing crisis, government must build gap and add land. Gap is guaranteed affordable houses in perpetuity. There are none on this site. Government adds land by building LRT streetcar, not SkyTrain. Next. What industry insiders call land lift has created the housing crisis. Next. Government perpetuates the housing crisis with every tower it approves. Next. A housing affordability crisis occurs when the rate of increase in salaries, shown in the dotted green line, cannot keep up with the rate of increase in house prices, the blue line, or the rate of increase in condo prices, the red line. Government is elected to regulate the markets, not to gin them up. We can see that building SkyTrain has no effect on the markets. In fact, I identify SkyTrain and land lift as the two major causes of the housing crisis. Next. The right way to end the housing crisis is to preserve human scale in the neighborhoods, build the towers downtown, as a previous speaker mentioned, and build LRT streetcar to add access to land. Next. The question arises, does council want to end the housing crisis? Or is a government captured by the development industry now beholden to the SkyTrain and towers to generate revenues? Next. There is not going to be a, you went too fast, thank you. There's not going to be a SkyTrain tunnel extension to UBC. 4 new lines of LRT streetcar are needed to end the housing crisis. Jericho Lands will be served by buses and by the UBC SFU LRT streetcar line, riding on the historic alignment on 4th Avenue, then along Granville Street Mall, and from there on to Hastings and Simon Fraser. Next slide. Cost and passenger capacity are the reasons to stop building the SkyTrain. LRT streetcar is 11 times cheaper to build and provides twice as much passenger capacity than SkyTrain. Build a subway to the university at the tip of a peninsula? Next. Forget about it. SkyTrain is a bad fit in West Point Grey. SkyTrain stops are spaced so far apart that bus loops are needed to ferry in the passengers, shown in the red circle. The bus bays then attract tons of buses, clogging up the neighborhood streets. Next. Good urbanism delivers walkable places. This plan has greenways shadowed by towers and electric moped stations. This is bad urbanism. Next. The squares are in the wrong place. The streets are not isotropic, or else the shape of the blocks would have been organic. The towers will block views to the sky and shadow every bit of public place shown on this plan. Next. It is stultifying to see zoning still being used to plan neighborhoods. It's anachronistic to insist on building retail on the ground plane. I've calculated there's enough retail space in this plan to build 35 Costco big boxes. Next. The worst I saved for last, the chicken pox plan. Tower objects are scattered like so much confetti, crowding a site lacking in the sense of place and the meaning of place.
Sorry, Louis, you are at time.
Okay, my clock shows 4:46 for your information.
Oh, it's 5:07 now.
Thank you. I
Thank
think
you so
we
much.
took a little bit of time getting my slides up.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 48 is Richard Campbell.
Good evening, Council, and congratulations to Councillor Mahoney and Councillor Orr on your election. It's really exciting. So I'm pleased to speak strongly in favor of this plan, and specifically what it's actually going to mean to the whole region, the people of the region, and the people of the Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam nations. The reintroduction of the culture, the music, the arts, the stories back on the land will be transformational in ways that I don't think any of us truly understand, and really, working with these nations and ensuring that everyone thrives, especially the people of these nations that have been treated so poorly and yet still are, so generous in sharing with us. To that, I'd like to share an experience I had a year and a half ago. I had the privilege of attending the Squamish Nation 100-year amalgamation celebration over on the North Shore. The last band there was the Snotty Nose Reds kids, and it was like a long day, and I was really tired. So after a couple of songs, I was okay. I'm going to cycle home. So I go over the bridge and then through Stanley Park, and I get on Park Drive, and oh, what's that? Oh, I'm able to hear the music from a concert across the water. When the automobiles aren't on Park Drive, unfortunately, there wasn't that many that time of night. But it was really, quite amazing to be hearing Indigenous music across the water for the first time ever. And now to move it back to the Jericho Lands, I think one of the issues with plans on paper is we don't really get to experience exactly what the land will be like. And one of the challenges is you never hear the traffic noise or what the traffic noise destroys, which is the sound of birds and ocean and people playing, things that really make life special. And of course, the traffic noise is really harmful to our health and the environment. And unfortunately, on that property, the traffic noise just goes right up the hill. You can actually hear busy 4th Avenue all the way from 8th. So, one idea that I think is worth exploring, this is really limiting traffic on, 4th Avenue. Definitely not, 4 lanes, maybe 2, but maybe look at some creative options. Maybe the traffic can be rerouted somewhere else, especially if there's a subway. So we could make the whole area down there by the beach and the development, really special, so people can go down there and relax and hear nature and hear each other and then hear music, across the water. And I think that's something that I would strongly encourage. Would both increase the value of development, of course, because people don't like to live next to noise, but it would also increase the value of the park and the neighbors in the area and people that visit the park from around the region. It will make that a much more special place to be and help create more healthy green space, that we all need. So the busy 4th Avenue isn't really distracting, from that. So, again, I strongly support it, and I think, looking at, some of the other developments, I go up to Laleham a lot, the Musqueam development of UBC, and it's really quite special what they've done up there with the environment and the Indigenous art. So if people want to go see an example of what the Jericho Lands look like, that's a good example of how it might look, and would give people some ideas of how special this place will be. And of course, Sanok is almost finished. So I think really looking at it from a different point of view, these are people that have been their ancestors have been around the land for generations, and they're highly invested in having a great future for themselves and for everyone else. So I think in looking at this, it's not yet another developer. It's people that have a multi-generational view of the future and want to make a place where their people thrive, and by extension, all of us will thrive by, also all working together with them, taking the lead to produce special places for everyone. Thank you very much, Echka, and peace and quiet. Thank you very much. Oops, that's my buzzer.
Exactly 5 minutes. Thank you, Richard. Okay, so speaker 49 is Stanley Lee.
Hey, am I on the line?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead, Stanley.
Fantastic. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for keeping to hold the hearing tonight, and especially for not cutting it into 3 minutes like you guys always do. And congratulations to the 2 new city councilors. I hope your stamina are hanging in there with the late hearing. Now, I recognize that there's a lot of money involved with this ODP, and I also do recognize that a lot of people in town are desperate for the economic development that's coming out of real estate. However, I want to mention 3 points where I am very concerned about this plan, which I actually oppose. First of all, the uncertainty of the UBC subway line. We don't even know when the current Broadway line is going to finish construction, given all the delays and the cost overruns, let alone the certainty of the subway line being built all the way to UBC. And even let's say, assuming that we have these towers built in the complex, I don't really know how many of them would actually take the public transit for those who could actually afford to live there. And that brings me to my second point, is the so-called promise of affordable housing. Sure, I recognize how much houses cost over there and how there's a lack of so-called middle options, but I don't really know how affordable those units would actually be when, at the end of the day, when they finish building, especially when you consider the potential projects the projects being potentially frozen because of uncertain global economic landscapes with, again, real estate. And my last point is I'm concerned about the democratic backsliding with this plan, especially with the hearings being made redundant or not necessary as a result of passing this plan, even though I'm confident to say that you guys will probably rubber stamp this but on the next hearing when you guys reconvene on this debate. Anyhow, I think those are all my comments, and I don't know how much more time do I have. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, speaker 50 has withdrawn. Speaker 51 is not on the line. Speaker 52, Sarah McLeod. Hey, Sarah?
Hi.
Hey, please go ahead whenever you're ready. I'll start the timer whenever you're ready.
Can I take some breaths?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. I want to speak to everyone in the room. And I've sat here and kept an open mind, and I've listened for weeks and months. And I moved to Vancouver, like, specifically for reconciliation. Like, no joke, like, I couldn't describe it. There's maybe 5 reasons I did, each worth 20%, you know, like, where your heart pulls you. And that's one of them, and it's really a terrible, not, heartbreaking place to be, but I am actually filled with immense hope listening to neighbors and people in here. And I mean, I think we have all the answers, really. Like, the people want to collaborate together, and they've expressed how it can be solved. You know, not that anything needs to be solved. Like, it's really just about accepting and being okay. Not okay, but like holding each other and saying it's okay. Everything that has been traumatizing, because here we all still are wanting to all get together and agree and move forward and help and build and evolve and everything everyone has said today is great, awesome things. Like, listen to them. And I'm new here, so I didn't know about many things, like the Jericho Coalition, so I can't say for sure, but a lot of what people said that I identified with mentioned that. So, like, check it out. And all the other great ideas that come here. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to get into my own, agenda now. So, but like, I listen to everyone else, and I can't say anything else. And thank you for listening. And just working together with everyone. Like, it's crazy. Everything everyone said today was honestly true, down to like every little word. And supporting in favor. Like, that's their experience. My experience is living right here. I'm honestly the closest neighbor. I might not be a partner. I want to be a partner. I don't know what partner means in these halls, honestly, but I am a neighbor and a sister and a brother and we're all neighbors and family, and I live right there, right where I've tried to get in contact with many people, probably all around here. Yeah, sorry. It seems like a big problem because it's big emotion, but actually, like, when you talk it out and you listen, you can overcome that. And I'm just having an emotional time, but it is very hopeful. All of these projects moving forward with the nations and the different partners. I'm writing down the partners as we're speaking, right? Like, oh, here, this page. If I could only look at my notes. The city, the province, the country, MST. Who's partnered with the MST? The CLC. No one's brought their name up yet. I'm using my last few seconds, right? We all, we're all responsible for the crisis that we're in, all together. No one should have any more, should be forced to deliver 100% of the housing in that area for the amount of people that will be living there. 100%. There's people here living here right now who are having a hard time living. And it's not sustainable. Oh my God, we should talk about sustainability. Sustainability team. But I'm almost out of time. And it's possible. Hopeful energy. But come on, listen.
Speakers. Yeah, Sarah, you have questions? Sarah? Oh, okay. So all good. Sorry, all good.
No, I'd love to take a question. I got offered one my first time, and I ran away, and I missed it. And never got it again.
You want to ask? Okay, yeah, all good, Sarah. Thank you so much for speaking.
No questions.
Yeah, really appreciate it.
Keep questioning, stay curious.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. I saw you were taking notes all the time in the morning. Thank you so much. Okay, so number 53 is Carol Volkark.
I'm here.
Yeah, please go ahead, Carol.
Okay. Thank you for this chance to speak. My name is Carol Volkart, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm strongly opposed to approval of the Jericho Lands official development plan. I oppose it for many of the reasons you've already heard. Its extreme density and impact on surrounding parks and neighborhoods, its failure to require affordable housing unless senior governments, that's us taxpayers, pay for it. That means this huge project by major developers is off the hook for even the basic amount of below market housing that other developers have to provide, which makes you wonder why. Also, unlike other projects, this developer is keeping ownership of what should be public amenities like parks and schools. What is it giving back to the community for the huge amounts of density it is being allowed? There's also uncertainty around the UBCX. If it doesn't go ahead, the whole plan will be revisited. And because of this ODP, the public will have no input in what the developer does instead. Talk about approving a pig in a poke. Which brings me to the worst aspect of this ODP. Despite its vague guidelines and the potential for massive changes in the future, once it's approved, public hearings are banned, and the public will be excluded forevermore. But you've heard all that. What I'd like to emphasize is the great loss of opportunity this project represents. This area obviously had to be developed, and it could have been a wonderful project, both for the community and for the newcomers who live there. I do not live in the Jericho area, but I walk through it often, and I followed this project as it has progressed. Unfortunately, the process that was followed has resulted in the exact opposite. It typifies the city's complete failure to require the involvement of citizens in planning and development of their neighborhoods. Throughout, it appears that the developer and the city had absolutely zero interest in true consultation and collaboration with residents. In fact, it seemed to be the opposite. When they objected to the heights and density, the response was to raise both. when they proposed an environmentally friendly alternative that provided significant amounts of affordable housing without 60 high-rises, they were ignored. Citizens of the Jericho area could have been ghosts for all the attention they got. Think of how differently the response from many would have been today if there had been honest collaboration, consultation, and yes, even some compromise. This could have been a beautiful and welcome project instead of a monstrous overdevelopment dreaded and resented by many in the community. Council has not listened to citizens' voices so far. Please do so now and reject this official development plan as proposed. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Speaker 54 is Leslie Stalker.
Hi. Thank you for listening to me at this late hour. My name is Leslie Stalker. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm opposed to the Jericho Lands project as currently envisaged. We all agree there's an acute need for affordable housing in Vancouver. Some of the earlier speakers this evening suggested that those who oppose the Jericho Lands ODP are opposed to increased housing. And this isn't true. The question is not whether we need more housing, but what kind of housing we should be building. I'd love to be enthusiastic about a project which is led by 3 First Nations, but in my view, this project has many flaws that will destroy rather than enhance our relationship with the land on which we live, and it's hard to see how this will enhance reconciliation or remedy past injustices. I share the concerns of many people who have identified concerns, including the financial cost of the project on taxpayers, the uncertainty about the viability of the SkyTrain extension to UBC. But my focus tonight will be on the environmental impact of high-rises generally. There's a growing belief that building taller and denser is better for the environment, but studies have shown that the carbon footprint of high-rises is actually greater. In the past several years, I've sent Mayor Sim and city councillors various articles about the impact of high-rises, but I'll summarize some of the key points here. Building high means that you use more materials that have to be robust enough to withstand heights of 400, 600, 800 meters. This means they require bigger foundations, larger steel columns, and this in turn requires more embodied or hidden carbon. Grouping together skyscrapers in the same urban area causes heat islands, since when temperatures are high, the heat becomes entrapped between the street level and the buildings, preventing the temperature from cooling naturally when the sun goes down. I think most of us will remember the horrifying impact of the heat dome several years ago. An article published in the journal Nature in 2021 found that a cluster of high-rises generates 140% more emissions during its service life compared with an area with lower buildings with the same number of inhabitants. Other speakers have referred to some of the great cities of the world, like Paris or London, where you've managed to have density with buildings on a human scale. That can be done without the very high emissions that are required by high-rises. Researchers have found that high-density, low-rise cities on averages can support more than twice as many people as high-density, high-rise cities without increasing carbon emissions. And all of this is included in the articles that I have previously sent to Council. And researchers have concluded that the sweet spot for building height seems to be the 4-story courtyard. Maybe 4 stories isn't enough, maybe it's 6, maybe it's 8. I would hope that the principles that I've referred to aren't news to city planners and council, but these are the very people who've been charged with figuring out how to provide affordable and sustainable housing for the city that we love. I'm concerned that in the past, when I've sent articles to Mayor Sims and councillors. I've yet to receive a response from any of the councillors. Mayor Sims, I know that he has opted not to be present tonight despite the significance of this project. But the message was delivered in the by-election a couple of weeks ago. People are very angry with the way ABC and Mayor Sims is conducting business and the perceived thrall to developers. I've reviewed the housing model proposed by the Jericho Coalition. I'm not an architect, but I'm really intrigued by the prospect of low to mid-rise buildings, which would be assembled with mass timber and modular wood construction and could be built quickly and affordably. So I ask Council to pause the current ODP and consider an alternative that offers increased density on a human scale with better energy efficient than high-rise towers. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Speaker 55 is Adam Sommerfeld. Adam?
Hi there. My name's Adam, and I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I live in the Point Grey area. I'm here to express my strong support for the Jericho Lands ODP. I moved to Vancouver 10 years ago to study engineering at UBC, and I fell in love with Vancouver. I've built a life here, I've made close friends, and I've started a family, and I hope to one day raise my children in Vancouver. But like many others my age, I find it incredibly difficult to make the numbers work financially. I'm worried I'll have to choose between raising a family or staying in the city that I love. The scale of housing proposed in this project is exactly what Vancouver needs. Increasing supply will ease the housing costs in the city, and that will make a real difference for people like me. Over the last decade, I've also watched the business community in the area wither and die. The neighborhood has become less vibrant as housing prices have pushed people out. We need bold action to reverse that trend. Cities are meant to change. It's in their nature. Trying to lock a neighborhood in amber doesn't preserve its character, it leads to stagnation. Vibrant, livable neighborhoods are ones that grow and adapt to people who live in them, not stay single-family homes. I'd also like to point out there's a clear mandate from the public for more housing. The current ABC majority was elected on a platform that includes bold housing action, and the results of the recent by-election, which, to be clear, which I don't think many of the other speakers fully understand, completely locked out anti-development and anti-housing parties, only reinforces that message to me. I think it's clear that Vancouverites want to see projects like this move forward. They might not just be speaking out about it publicly. Approving this ODP will be one of the most meaningful decisions this council can make for the future of housing in Vancouver, and I urge you all to support it. Thank you for staying up to listen to me, and I hope you can all get to sleep soon. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Adam. Speaker 56 is Hakon Kayut.
Hi there. Thank you, Council, for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I know it's late, so I will be brief. But I'd like to just echo kind of what the last speaker said. I'm a young professional. I moved to the city last year, and it's really difficult to look at trying to imagine buying a home or even renting in the city. And, I work with emergency services and do a lot of frontline work, and it's a really, really challenging thing. So this opportunity to approve this ODP tonight is an incredible opportunity for our city and for the project of reconciliation. So again, I urge you all to vote in support of it, and I will yield the rest of my time as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 57 is Hannah Smith. Okay. Speaker 58 is Elvira Launch. Elvira Launch. Sorry if I misspell your name. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Hi there. Good evening, Council. I understand the mayor's not there, but in absentia, I'm a 54-year resident of Kits, renter, and I have a Facebook group, Keep Kits Beach Wild, and I'm a member of the Right to Quiet Society. I live east of McDonald and run regularly to Jericho Beach Park. During the summer, I swim in Jericho Bay. I'm against the current Jericho Lands development proposal that includes 66 towers and up to 28,000 residents on 90 acres. I'm in support of the Jericho Coalition's proposal of a lower-rise, more ecological development. I simply can't fathom how such a major high-rise, high-density, and unaffordable development on such a small site is viable either financially or ecologically. It is bound to negatively impact both the surrounding neighborhood and the environment and is the wrong approach to take during the current climate crisis. I'm particularly concerned about the future of Jericho Beach Park, directly across the street. Such a huge influx of new residents will certainly be detrimental to the wildlife and ecology of the park, particularly in the forest area and the area surrounding the ponds. And there appears to be no plans to mitigate this. The park will no longer be an enjoyable place of quiet refuge for all, including many who come from distant parts of the city and suburbs, but will become an overcrowded, noisy, unpleasant beach park catering primarily to Jericho Lands residents. And who will pay for the required extra park rangers, maintenance, police, and animal control officers to service all of this? I ask the council to work with Musqueam, Squamish, and the MST to come up with a new plan and to take into consideration what the Jericho Coalition has proposed as being a viable alternative. And thank you for your attention. I was just in the middle of eating something, so sorry my voice is a bit strange. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Speaker 59 is Jean Chaparral. Jean? Okay, so speaker 59 is Jean Chaparral.
Fine.
Hi, please go ahead, Jean.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay, great, thanks. Thank you, Council, for the late hour and the very impassioned debate. I'm a little bit, I'll start off by saying I'm a little bit concerned about what I would call disrespectful behavior from the mayor and council members who are not present tonight, because I think this is a very important discussion that needs to take place, and council needs to hear from the citizens. This is very critical. I'm a Vancouver resident. I do not live in Point Grey, but I am very concerned about the sort of rolling over of this plan, and particularly, as many speakers have outlined so far, about the lack of eventual consultation. If the plan is voted forward, there will be no further availability of the public to contribute to opinion making. I think this is very anti-democratic and just not good for the city of Vancouver. There are a couple of fallacies that keep being promulgated, and one is the fact that there's a housing crisis. Really what it is an affordability housing crisis and a sustainable housing crisis, not housing as such. There are a lot of fancy, high-end condos that are not holding the people that this city wants to hold. There's also a negative sense of NIMBYism. So if you don't support this high-rise going on in the Jericho Lands, ideologically, you're just something that's a lower level of life, and you shouldn't allow your argument to be heard. The rental vacancy rate is actually improving because we've lost international students, and so rental prices have gone down. As many people who have spoken before me have pointed out, the taxpayer will be funding the affordable housing issues, the social housing. There's nothing guaranteed by the developer as such. TransLink is a fiction. It is not going to happen in the next 10 to 20 years. And so all the building that has been proposed based on TransLink going out to UBC is just not going to happen. There's, as one speaker earlier this evening pointed out, this is environmental vandalism, a defiling of the landscape. And I think that has to be really taken into mind. This city is a beautiful city, and people have moved here because of the beauty of the city, and that needs to be taken into consideration. Who will live in these 49-story towers? Who's going to be there? You've got a family of 6, 4 children and 2 adults and 750 square feet? I don't think so. Reconciliation, as somebody else has pointed out, is a two-way process. Who's listening to whom? We really do need to have a two-way discussion in terms of what is good for First Nations and what is good for the rest of the public at large. It needs to be something that will support the future. The scale of the development is all wrong. It's not a human scale. It's not clear whether the parks that are talked about include the public parks that already exist, like the Jericho Lands and the Spanish Banks and so on, or is this in addition to the park, in addition to be embedded in the development? All the other things, the schools, the community center and so on, that's the issues have been raised about that. I think there's some concern about it. Decades ago, for those of you who have lived in Vancouver before I did, actually, will understand that there was a very important debate of a similar magnitude regarding throughways and through the center of Vancouver, much like Seattle has had to deal with currently. It was a very big debate at the time, and the people prevailed over the developers who said, we will not put throughways through the middle of downtown Vancouver. This is the same level of discussion that needs to happen now. I think the issue really is that this is just not, it's not on a scale, the densification is necessary, but it has to be gentle densification in scale. I've lost my notes, but anyway, the 4 to 8 story buildings, those are good. They're in scale. They would serve the public. They would allow proper development. I think those are the main things. I want council to really, really pay attention to the people who are objecting to this.
Sorry,
consider
Jean, you
the
are at
arguments
time.
against.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Speaker,
Okay.
Thank you. Speaker 60 is Fred Chell, right? Oh. Okay. Okay. Speaker 61 is Stephen Anthony. Please go ahead, Stephen.
Thank you, sir. I'm tempted to say good morning, everybody. My name is Stephen Anthony. I'm head of school at West Point Grey Academy. I want to extend my thanks to the counselors, the speakers, and the guests who participated in the events this evening. As a school leader, I'm happy to provide a note to everybody to skip period 1 tomorrow morning. I do want to echo the comments from Brennan Cook and David Negrin of MSTDC that were offered earlier, that West Point Grey Academy certainly appreciates and enjoys a very close, respectful, and positive working relationship with the MST and the MSTDC in particular. Our school for the past 29 years has had its campus located on the Jericho Lands in Point Grey. We clearly don't own the land or the buildings. And like many Vancouverites, WPGA has been a renter, dutifully paying its rent for the past 30 years, and we wholeheartedly support this project. That might sound weird to say for a school that would mean that would require eviction for us, but we're very excited about the future and our aspirations for our participation in this project as well. The school was founded in 1996 as a nonprofit coeducational day school for 950 students from junior kindergarten to grade 12. Over 85% of our students live in the adjacent neighborhoods, Point Grey and Dunbar and UBC, Kerrisdale and Kitsilano, usually within walking distance of the school. The school also employs 185 BC certified teachers and staff every year. It's important to note that the school and its foundation are registered nonprofits with charitable status and a strong history of community investment and philanthropy. Every year, WPGA allocates over $1 million in financial assistance and First Nations scholarships and programming, reinforcing our 25-year commitment to reconciliation and equitable access to education, which is specifically reflected in our 15-year Memorandum of Understanding with the Musqueam Indian Band in particular. We also employ 2 full-time Indigenous education coordinators, one of whom was my student many years ago, went on to become a teacher, has returned to the school, and now her children attend as students as well. We fund 2 annual Indigenous Elder in Residence and Artist in Residence programs. We host several UBC NITEP teacher candidates each year. We provide tuition scholarship to 20 Indigenous students, likely more than any other school in the country. WPGA also provides specialized educational support to 150 students in the school with diverse needs and designated learning differences. And this represents 16% of our school student population. The provincial school average for supporting students with exceptionalities is 14%. For more than a quarter of a century, our school has operated, maintained, and continually upgraded the Jericho Hill Gymnasium, the pool, the fitness center, the sports fields, the running track, the tennis, the basketball, and even the pickleball courts, which I painted myself, the playgrounds in the apiary with 55,000 bees, more or less, an amphitheater, trees, trails, walkways, roadways, and arguably the city's best toboggan run. This has represented a total investment of more than $30 million over the years, and these amenities serve over 35 community user groups. This includes the complete multi-million-dollar refurbishment of the gymnasium building, fully funded by the school and its parents, serving the broader community as the Jericho Hill Community Center. And this summer, we'll be investing a further $4.4 million in upgrades to the running track and the turf sports field, all of which will also be available for public use starting in the fall. Again, I offer this to underpin the role that our school has provided as a provider of essential community amenities. We also run summer camps and classes for over 1,000 neighborhood children throughout July and August, and we have always viewed ourselves and conducted ourselves as a key community contributor, and it's our vision to continue to do so and much more in the decades to come. WPGA is looking to fund and build new state-of-the-art school and facilities. The new facilities will have a range of lasting and new public benefits. And the new school will formalize our role in providing publicly accessible recreational spaces and secure ongoing investment in the community's well-being. The future campus that we aspire is expected to feature state-of-the-art amenities, gyms, a swimming pool, which is not currently in the plans, a 550-person theater, a fitness center, sports field, Indigenous education and cultural programming, playgrounds, and another child care center, all of which could be shared with the neighborhood residents. And these shared use facilities would enhance existing public infrastructure without any additional cost to the community or to the city. WPGA seeks a distinct, unique partnership with the MSTDC and the City of Vancouver, one that reflects our 30 years of proven stewardship of the land, the facilities, and all to community benefit, and allows us to aspire to do even more in the decades to come. And if this is part of the earlier phasing of the planning, it would be something that would be a commitment that the school could bring these amenities to bear for the benefit of the community earlier on in the phasing. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. We have Stephen, you might have a question. So, Councillor Carbion.
Yeah, thanks, Stephen. Thanks for speaking, and thanks for the letter that you sent to council. I'm looking at it now, and I wonder if you can just sort of hit straight to the heart of the point of why it's important to the school to, for the request that you have to change from the commercial or flex use to a community facility designation. I'm just looking for clarity on that.
We're hopeful that the recognition as a community amenity will be one that we don't find ourselves relegated to a smaller space or without access to fields and playgrounds that allow the school to operate as a school and then also provide those community amenities. That could be untenable and challenging. We're hopeful that this will also be seen by the city and the MST as a benefit by offsetting some of those other costs that might be borne by other groups and doing the funding ourselves to provide those amenities.
Okay, so it's really about sort of the delivering sort of the current scope or level of services you have now versus that shifting.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a helpful clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Speaker 62 is Dirk Brinkman.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Dirk. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Dirk Brinkman. I live in West Point Grey and have worked in the forest sector for over 50 years, primarily in reforestation. And I have a visceral sense of the challenges that our forests face from climate change. And I also have a visceral sense of the challenges our forest sector now faces from U.S. countervailing lumber duties and Trump's additional tariffs. Like the Indigenous Jericho land development by the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations in BC's largest urban center, BC's interior and coastal Indigenous nations are taking over BC's timber harvest licenses, but they are doing so when their forests are increasingly being killed by pests and burned by fire due to climate change. I'm speaking to appeal to the MST Development Corporation, to Canada Lands, and to Vancouver City Hall to skate the Jericho plan to where the puck is going. That is, make the Jericho development entirely a mass timber project. It's not only critical to replace Jericho's currently planned concrete emissions with mass timber's embodied carbon. Mass timber can be a great opportunity for interior nations in partnership with industry because mass timber can utilize smaller diameter timber, permit more selection harvesting, reduce waste, increase forest complexity, improve habitat, and make forests more fire and pest resilient. Mass timber is not wood construction. Wood construction still today's pick-up stick, piece at a time, slow construction process with continuous stops for inspectors. Mass timber's components are pre-approved by city and MST inspectors. 3D mass timber printers manufacture component walls and floors whose wiring, plumbing, heating, cooling, and other elements are built in to ISO certified standards. These finished components, Lego-like, go up very quickly. In 2018, UBC's 18-story mass timber Brock Commons went up in 3 months. Shifting completely to mass timber would accelerate Jericho project's completion, reduce the project costs, and ultimately increase MST development's financial returns. Besides being more sustainable, aspiring to make Jericho a completely mass timber project would not only accelerate and simplify all of Vancouver's subsequent construction projects and processes, because Jericho will be the largest land development in a major Canadian city for the next decades, setting the aspirational goal of making Jericho the largest mass timber project in the world can also relieve Canada's housing crisis. Commitments like Mark Carney's doubling the housing construction every 5 years requires mass timber's marvelous integration of manufacturing and assembly. And the Jericho project could trigger that change, not only in Vancouver and for the benefit of a city hall and construction in Vancouver, but across Canada and throughout BC. Because of that, there's an opportunity to engage both federal and provincial levels of government to enable this transition. So my request is go to where the puck's going and set that aspirational goal. It will come together. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 63 has withdrawn. Speaker 64 is Larry Bench.
Hello?
Yeah, please
Can you
go
hear
ahead,
me?
Larry.
Okay, first off, thank you to any counselors who are still in the chambers or online listening. I appreciate that. Cities are organic entities. They're always changing. But change needs to be respectfully designed. Respectful to Indigenous values in this case, Indigenous culture, environmental values, resiliency of built form, good urban design principles, and existing city fabric. Several people have stated that anybody who's against this is, against density, against housing, etc. And there's a very big misconnection there. In this project, there has never been a question of profit. There will be a profit made. There should be a profit made. There's no question of increased density. While people can disagree about the pros and cons on this project, they can recognize environmental issues and the other ones. I'm in opposition to this project. The area needs change. The talk about single-family housing being the only solution to any problems in this area is absolutely wrong. But this project seems to be designed as a separate entity, not one that is not to be knit into an existing city fabric. Where is the resilience? High-rises are not resilient. You can look at New Zealand's Christchurch for an example of that. What's sustainable about this? Where is the consideration of climate change? Energy efficiency, water control, surface water and subsurface water, solar power, reclaim methane from a really stinky sewer that runs through the area and is probably going to be even more use with another 28,000 people. What about the 30-30-30 ratio of South Falls Creek? Why isn't this being considered in this thing? Co-ops, co-housing. I'm not sure how that works with land lease tenancies, but that should be part of the considerations. The proposal has a distinct lack of details and the elimination basically of any opportunity for the public to comment in public hearings or anything is showing a lack of democratic process as well. Why not consider each of the building phases and look at at least break it down to those, I think it's 4 or 5 phases of building, and maybe have a public hearing for each one of those when more detail is available for public consideration. Also, the Canada Land Company, they are expected to be handing over control of 25% of that project to the MST Development Corporation. Why isn't there a string attached to that saying, 25% of the housing units should be non-market affordable, truly affordable housing on this project as part of that exchange? There's no reason that couldn't be attached through the federal government's control of their own land. What else? I think that may be all that I have to say. How much time do I have left?
Okay. Hello, we can hear you.
How much time do I have left?
You have 40 seconds.
Okay. I think that this project promotes the idea of affordability, and affordability is the real crisis in the city. But I don't think, given the building typologies they're using, the density they're having, the location, I can't see any of this stuff being affordable. And I think the density is far too great for this area. Not that higher density is needed. It is, definitely. But I think something less than some of this, bringing
Larry,
that
you are
many
at
people,
time.
28,000 into the area is too many. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Speaker 65 is Michael Steven.
Good evening.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I greet the Good evening. I greet the Vancouver City Council and all my other relations, including the Indigenous nations of this region. I respect Indigenous culture and peoples. May we all be good stewards of each other and of the earth that we share. I am a Vancouver resident and a renter for more than 20 years. I oppose the Jericho Lands development primarily for the sake of my children. They have lived their entire lives here, and they love their local parks. My children are dismayed that MST's proposed 49-story buildings will greatly harm Trimble Park, Jericho Park, and Locarno Beach parks, while also eliminating Jericho Hill Park and Jericho Hill Community Center. My kids ask why 49-story towers could be allowed so close to the parks. In answer, it seems as if the city might allow this because the development company's owners identify as a specific racial group, as Indigenous. In my opinion, if the city grants special permission to the MST Corporation because of its racial ownership, then these 49 stories will, unfortunately, be symbolic towers of racism. Towers of racism that will dominate and harm the landscape for several kilometers in all directions from our children's lifetimes. Indigenous peoples have special legal rights on their treaty lands, but the Jericho lands are not treaty land. MST Corporation is a maximum profit company that must be made to follow the same rules as other developers. Otherwise, the city could be setting a dangerous precedent whereby other racial groups also argue for privileges that harm parks in pursuit of maximum profit. As a renter, I had thought that this development might become my family's future home. I had hoped it would follow a development plan such as at UBC Westbrook, which has a combination of mid and low-rise buildings with lots of common public space. My main objections to the MST development are as follows, besides the unfortunate racial aspect that I mentioned before, because I truly want all nations to get along. My first objection is that the developer's artistic renderings make it obvious that the proposed MST buildings will create massive shadows across the neighboring parks and destroy the natural views from these parks. Normally, this would not be allowed. Uninterrupted sunlight and natural views are an essential element of these parks and provide many direct benefits for human health. Number two, the development would eliminate valuable and irreplaceable public features already present at Jericho Hill, such as the Jericho Hill Community Center, which has a low-cost pool, gym, and many meeting rooms, which I've participated in club meetings, and they're used all the time by community groups. It also eliminates the Jericho Hill sledding area, which is a joy to behold in the wintertime when you see kids on the west side of that property sledding, as they've done for decades. It will eliminate the Jericho Hill playfields and disc golf course, which is free and open to everyone. It would also eliminate the current, at least, situation at West Point Grey Academy, which, although a private school, still deserves to exist and has open public areas which anyone can access. My third objection is that the shadow and view impact study should be done to show the public exactly how the proposed buildings will impact the local parks. Also, affordable housing, fourth, would only be built if the units are paid for by taxpayers, which could cost up to $1.5 million per unit, based upon what I've seen for other developments in Vancouver. Fifth, this will not improve reconciliation. Unfortunately, it will make racial tensions worse. And reconciliation can't be solved with money anyway. True reconciliation requires restoration of the natural environment and the cultures that depend upon it. Destroying parks for profit is the opposite of this. Six, the MST development model creates some wealthy nations and leaves other nations extremely poor. Seven, the development appears to overstate the amount of park it will create since it also destroys park that's currently present on that property. 8, it will require, it seems, a $10 billion SkyTrain extension, which I think the money could be used elsewhere, especially with economic problems with the Canada-US trade war. 9, I think the development should be restricted to the east side of the site where there are already buildings. Vancouver needs lots of parks, especially as we densify in other areas, which I think should happen throughout Point Grey with low to mid-rise buildings. 10, I think the public consultation needs to continue, not ended with the approval of this ODP. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Speaker 66 is Michael Pridge. No, not online or in the chamber. Okay. Speaker 67 is Lynn McGraw. No, I don't see in the chamber. No, okay. Speaker 68 has withdrawn. Speaker 69 decline Hodgins.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Brilliant. Hi, everyone. My name is Declan Hodgins, and I'm a proud renter and resident of the city of Vancouver. I'm speaking in support of this project. As someone in my late 20s, I've unfortunately been witness to the unique struggles faced by young Vancouverites in the midst of this unprecedented housing crisis. When I talk to others of similar age to myself, I hear the same story over and over and over again. It goes like this. I have a great job, I live frugally, I have done everything right, and I can still barely afford to live here. And what led us into this? It has not always been this way. Around the 1970s, we stopped building housing at a meaningful pace. This has led to a drastic fall in the ratio of homes to people and created housing scarcity. Vancouverites of all incomes have been squeezed, and those at the bottom have been displaced onto the streets. Our lack of new housing has driven unaffordability, homelessness, and social decay. Lucky for us, there's a simple solution before us today. Vote yes to this project, and keep saying yes to housing projects until many years from now we solve this generational problem. The evidence is clear. More housing drives down prices and reduces homelessness. That is why after years of deliberate rental housing construction, rent in the city has finally started to meaningfully fall by a small amount. We should seek to double our efforts. Opponents of this project will tell you this project harms community character, will block sightlines. They say it is an eyesore. They say it'll cause traffic. They say it'll cause noise and shadows. I respectfully disagree with each of these. I think this is a beautiful project that will meaningfully improve the community. But even if they're right, are we going to prioritize, quote, community character over homes for people? Are we going to prioritize shadows over homes? These are not serious problems compared to the ravages of the housing crisis. It may be easy to complain about this if you already own a fully paid off home, but for the younger generations of this city who live in the real world, these concerns are far less top of mind. The homelessness problem in our city is a far greater threat to community character than imagined concerns about a mixed-use, high-rise community. Opponents will also tell you these homes are, quote, luxury condos that won't be affordable for normal people. This is a risible argument. This may be more than you spent on your house, but in today's market, these are by far the cheapest new homes available. These are by definition not a luxury product. If young Vancouverites had to buy into the existing housing stock in this neighborhood, they would have to cough up many times as much to afford a home. I am under no illusions. This doesn't make housing as cheap as it should be, but it's a huge step in the right direction. Lastly, the opponents of this project will tell you we support development. We just don't support this development. When you've been to a few public hearings, you start to notice a pattern. You start to realize that this is what they say about every development, no matter how small, no matter how inoffensive. When push comes to shove, the same small group of people reliably show up to oppose each and every development. This public hearing system is not democratic. It is government by those who have time on their hands to sit through these things. I have a full-time job. This took a lot to be able to make it to this. We cannot appease these groups, for they will never be appeased. In the recent municipal election, and then the recent by-election, voters twice decisively rejected these politics of exclusion. I encourage this honorable council to do the same in this vote on this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 70 is Vahan Evans. Speaker 71 is Jane Banks. Jane? No, on the line, neither in the chamber. Okay, thank you. All right, so this is the registered speaker list. And this is the final, third and the final call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free 1-833-353-8610, followed by the participant code 1061445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. If there are any additional speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium. We have you on the line, okay. Do we want to take 5 minutes break now or? Okay, sounds good. Okay.
Is that a 5-minute break, Chair?
No, not yet. Councilor Fry, please stay there. Okay, speaker 20, Matthew Davlin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
I'm Matthew Devlin. I've been a resident of Mount Pleasant since 2012. Spanish Banks has been my favorite beach in Vancouver since I was a student at UBC in 2010. I always thought it would be really cool to live in this neighborhood near Spanish Banks, and I was very excited when I first learned about the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh redevelopment proposal for the Jericho Lands, because it was the first time that I could realistically see a pathway to me living close to my favorite beaches and parks in the city. Every year I buy a kayaking pass from Jericho Kayaking, and it's quite difficult to access this area. Like, the buses aren't convenient, and I always bike there. I strongly support the project, obviously. And I think it'd be really cool to actually be able to live in my favorite neighborhood. I often bike along the 8th Avenue street that has been mentioned by a few opponents to this project, and I can say it's not a very nice place to bike. The road is not very good. It's not a separated bike path. There's no shade. It's a very difficult hill going up. And the MFT development provides a separated protected bike lane with lots of shade. There's lots of there's daylighting creeks. There's fields. People say there's no consultation, but this has been going on for almost 10 years. I know at least 2 surveys that I've filled out related to this proposal. I think there's a really ample amount of green space being provided. When I look at, I did review the Jericho Coalition's proposal. I thought it was kind of gross, a bit colonial, let's say, to look at this project proposed by the First Nations and say, no, or let's do this 4-story, whatever, get rid of all the daylighting of the streams, completely disregard all of the work that the First Nations have put in, the consultation they've done with, I feel like I've been consulted. I know they've consulted their nation members a lot, and I just think it's very backwards for this coalition to come along and say, no, we should do it this way because we say that you should do it this way. It just fits poorly with me. Vancouver is the city of reconciliation, and I'm quite proud of what the city is doing with the Heather Lands and the Jericho Lands. I think should be allowed to proceed. Obviously, it might need to be reduced in height if the SkyTrain doesn't go through there, but overall, I think that the First Nations should have the ultimate say in what they're doing with these lands that they bought back after 100 years. They were violently displaced from these lands. They were put on to reserves. Their children were sent to residential schools that were funded by our tax dollars. Everyone's obsessed with our tax dollars, but no one complains that our tax dollars funded the residential schools. And I just wanted to point out some offensive things that I thought were quite offensive. Someone likened the First Nations' desire to build housing as some sort of gold rush, and I thought this was nasty way to say it, considering the gold rush influenced the genocide of the First Nations in British Columbia. I also wanted to point out that reserve lands are not technically owned by the First Nations. It's owned by the federal government, and they can take them away if changes happen to the Indian Act. No one talks about how the Indian Act is impacting First Nations today, but the Jericho Lands and the Heather Lands are the first opportunities that the MST nations have to actually own the land and keep it and build and actually like generate wealth, because there's not, Vancouver is unceded. Someone mentioned that these are treaty lands, and that's false. These are not treaty lands. These are unceded lands, and the reserve lands are, at risk of, it's just not the same as.
Sorry, Matthew, you're at time.
Okay, no worries. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. Okay, speaker 41, Barbara May. Barbara.
Here.
Yeah, please go ahead, Barbara.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you all staying so late. You look like you're getting pretty tired. Anyway, I object to the Jericho Lands development plan being referred for to be considered part of the Vancouver Official Development Plan under the Provincial Government's Bill 18-224. Under this legislation, once an official development plan is put in place, the citizens of Vancouver are completely shut out in having any say in what happens in their communities, and public hearings will be considered illegal. As currently proposed, this behemoth development will result in massive towers and extreme density on the Jericho lands. This will leave surrounding neighborhoods and parks in shadow, including Jericho Park and other parks nearby, let alone the destruction of the environment. These parks are already packed every summer from visitors who come from everywhere to spend a day at the beach. With an increase of 28,000 more people, where will everyone go? It is my understanding that the proposed density will be 3 times denser than Hong Kong, a city renowned for its lack of space and public crowding. Below market and social housing will be provided by MIST only with a proviso. This is funded by the 3 levels of government. City planners suggest that if MIST, the Jericho lands are expected to pay a large sum of money towards the UBC X, this will reduce their ability to provide social housing. If the city and provincial governments decide MIST doesn't have to contribute, this will leave the taxpayer on the hook for paying billions of dollars towards the building of a subway if it actually goes through. This will primarily benefit the MIST and UBC development industries, not local citizens. This is not acceptable. It is a MIST development organization, not the citizens of Vancouver, that is requesting that this massive development proposed be built over 25 years planned to be made part of the Vancouver Official Development Plan, not the citizens of Vancouver. It appears that this is a very deliberate plan to shut down any concern that the citizens of Vancouver have over this massive encroachment over a large part of the west side of Vancouver. In report number 16234, under the subheading Public Input, Matt Chiloto references the measures city staff took to engage with the public over a 4-year period to inform the preparation of the Jericho Lands policy. One of the groups selected by city staff to have input into policy was the Jericho Lands Working Group. The purpose of this group of 24 individuals was to provide input to staff and MIST during the development of the Jericho Lands policy. After working closely with MIST, this volunteer group was left completely baffled as all their hard work was ignored and the recommendations dismissed. This was quite a shock to the group, as they volunteered an enormous amount of their personal time and expertise and thought they were working in good faith. Unfortunately, this happens all too often in the city of Vancouver, such as a previous working group in Grandview Woodlands selected by city staff and then shut out. This type of actions by city staff and big corporations leave local residents little faith in the integrity of both their elected representatives and the city government. As a reminder to the mayor and council, that you were elected to represent the interests of the constituents of Vancouver, not to vote for the interests of special interest groups. This development is in its very early stages and not well planned at this time. Considering it is spread over a 25-year period, an official development plan is extremely premature. It appears a move by a multi-billion-dollar company, which Mist has now become, and is to shut down the voices of the citizens this city is supposed to represent, Vancouver taxpayers and voters. And this is not ceded territory. It was bought by the various native groups from the federal government and the provincial government, and as such it should follow all the same rules and regulations that every other development company in the city has to follow. The Seneca lands are different because that's on reserve land. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Barbara. Speaker number 8 is Frank Henselman.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Can I please ask the people in charge to run the movie, the video?
Yes, so there's a presentation we can run for you. Clerk, can we have
In June 2023, the MST Development Corporation and Canada Lands Company unveiled their revised plan to build about 60 high-rises on the Jericho Lands. This plan is substantially bigger despite strong community opposition. A total of 13,000 units housing more than 28,000 people. That's 76,000 people per square kilometer, 3 times denser than Hong Kong and Vancouver's West End. A recent citywide opinion poll shows that 72% of Vancouverites oppose Jericho Lands' luxury high-rise tower proposal. Towers support developers' profits, but they are not designed to support the best possible family living, aging in place, or social interaction. These massive towers will permanently alter Vancouver's cityscape. They will block public views and shade the site and the surrounding neighborhood, including Jericho Park. Towers require deep foundations and multi-story parkades that could extend into the underlying aquifer. Producing the concrete and steel needed for high-rise towers creates significant carbon emissions. Even after they're built, high-rises require more energy per unit to operate than low and mid-rise buildings. It doesn't have to be this way. The Jericho Coalition is proposing a neighborhood of 4 to 8-story buildings with courtyards, resulting in 7,200 units for about 16,000 people. That would still be 75% denser than the West End. This urban density can be achieved by building at a human scale. Low to mid-rise buildings with courtyards create family-friendly spaces where children can play and neighbors can meet. Green streets with minimal curbside parking create vibrant neighborhoods with retail and services for local needs. There would be plenty of green space, including semi-public inner courtyards and rooftop gardens accessible to building tenants. Buildings would be designed to ensure daylight from 2 sides and natural flow-through ventilation. These low to mid-rise buildings could be constructed with modular wood or mass timber, thus storing carbon rather than emitting it. Building components could be prefabricated off-site and buildings ready for occupancy in under 2 years. Low and medium-rise timber buildings can be built more cost-effectively, more efficiently, and faster than high-rise towers. And with engagement from senior governments and the Canada Lands Company, the Jericho Lands could provide much more housing, affordable for locals with moderate incomes. There is a choice. City Council can approve a big developer's plan that doesn't serve Vancouverites and ignores environmental challenges. Or it can support a proposal for livable urban density at a human scale. Together, we can create a livable community that protects the land and its residents for the future and provides a significant return for the landowners.
Perfect. Can I talk, please?
Yes, please continue. You have 2 more, 1 minute,
Thank
40
you.
seconds. Yeah.
Okay, my name is Frank Hanselman. I've been a Vancouver resident for 35 years. You've just seen an alternative low to mid-rise, super livable, family and environment-friendly community of missing middle, more affordable housing at a human scale without the vast drawbacks of primarily concrete and steel skyscrapers as planned by the MST Development Corporation. Building concrete towers is the wrong building typology and construction approach for environmental, human health, and economic reasons. Instead, Let's leverage BC forest resources and make Jericho Lands ground zero for a new modular, prefabricated wood and mass timber industry to benefit the landowners and our forest industry. We can't ship our softwood to the U.S. anymore, so let's develop our value-added forest sector. Jericho Lands can be the germination site for this industry and the showpiece for the 3 First Nations and BC. We could proudly present a high-density urban community to the world. The developer's high-rise and ultra-dense concrete tower plan, on the other hand, would be embarrassing for Vancouver. BC's nascent mass timber industry will receive significant government funding, so the MST Development Corporation should redesign the plan to take advantage of it. The delay due to this redesign work and the lack of funding for the UBC subway extension, a prerequisite for the ultra-high density plan, indicates that this ODP is premature. I urge you to defer the adoption of the Jericho Lands ODP until the developer has redesigned its plan as a mass timber project at a human scale and the funding for the UBC subway extension is in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. Speaker 42 is Stuart Smith.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you, Stuart. Please go ahead.
Hi there. Good evening, Chair and Councillors. I'm Stuart Smith. I'm on the board of London Housing Vancouver, and I'm here to speak in support. I know you've all been here for a while. I can see the Chair rubbing his head, and I want to go to bed, so I'll try to be quick. Really, really briefly, cities are good, housing is good, buildings are good, cars, not so good. We need more of all of these things and fewer cars. This particular piece of paper in front of us tonight is not going to solve the city's problems, but it's a little bit better than status quo. So I would urge you to support it. And I'll just make one quick comment on the last video about the Jericho Coalition. It appears that they believe that 6 to 8 story buildings are good, and that's great. I think 6 to 8 story buildings are great too. But I do think it's interesting that they're not proposing 6 to 8 stories on the land that they own. They're proposing it on the land that they don't own. So I would like to propose that the Jericho Coalition is quite free to petition council to rezone their single family homes for 6 to 8 story buildings. I'll even come to support them. But in the meantime, the proposal in front of us is not for that. And it's not on their land. So I think we should respect what the landowners want to do with it. That's pretty much it. Buildings are good. Cities are good. We all need 4 walls and the ceiling and roof to floor and a ceiling to live in, to work in. That's what city council is. That's what my apartment is. That's what my workplace is. And I think it's crazy that our laws start from the assumption that these things are bad and require a political council to approve them. So I urge you to go ahead with this. Thanks very much.
Thank you. All right, so if there are any additional speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium. We will now take 5 minutes recess for any additional speakers to call in or come forward to the podium. Okay, 5 minutes. We're going to be back at 11:32. All right, let's reconvene for this public hearing. We have 3 more speakers. The next speaker is Sam Zhuang. Sam,
Hello.
yeah, please go ahead, Sam.
Hello, Council and Chair. I just wanted to say thank you so much for staying up this late night on a Tuesday to hear comments from us. I'd like to speak in support of the Jericho Lands ODP. I'm a resident here in Vancouver. I've been here in Kerrisdale for 15 years. The bottom line is Vancouver needs to densify, and Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations are taking the lead. Sorry. The city of Vancouver, as another speaker mentioned, is known as the city of reconciliation, and I am confident my councillors will follow precedent to advance reconciliation efforts throughout this city. I'd like to kind of end it off with a funny comment by Minister of Housing, Ravi Kalan, which I kind of heard in the beginning of April at a panel. He said whether you want your community to change or not, it's always been changing. The buildings might haven't, but who can afford to live in your community has been changing that entire time. We all know Kitsilano has been not densifying compared to other parts of the city, and rents have been going up steadily, while homeowners get to enjoy their low property taxes, and that's unacceptable. We need to densify, and the MST nations are taking the lead. So I am speaking in support of this ODP. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Owen Brady.
Hello, good evening, Councillor or Chair Shu and Council. My name is Owen Brady, and I strongly support this plan. This is a very car-light plan for an amenity-rich, high-demand location. 30 years from now, the population increase in Point Grey envisioned by this ODP will bring the whole neighborhood about in line with the Vancouver average. But given the location, it should be much denser. An ODP is the right move here. Public hearings like this, especially for individual buildings, are not democracy. They are lopsided, unrepresentative, and a waste of public resources. Almost any other kind of public consultation is better than this. Some opponents have raised environmental concerns. These aren't going to be the towers of the 1900s. The energy efficiency requirements for new apartments in Vancouver are stringent. Building housing here will improve energy efficiency, reduce urban sprawl, preserve more wildlife habitat, and reduce the reliance on private automobiles that comes with highway-oriented suburbanism. I would love to live in a neighborhood like this, where I could take my bike or public transit to downtown, the beach, or UBC in just minutes, no need for a car. Social housing is society's responsibility and must be paid for collectively. It would not be fair if people born on a Tuesday paid double the income taxes of everyone else. So how could it be fair that everyone who rents or buys dense new housing should pay the vast majority of taxes for a public good like social housing, while those living nearby in $5 million houses pay less than nothing? Finally, building more housing here, including market rate housing, will help reduce rents citywide. Think of 49-story towers as yuppie fishbowls. Everyone who lives in these towers is someone who would otherwise be outcompeting lower-income households for existing housing. Rents are set by supply and demand, so it is a complete misconception to think that low-rise housing will do more for affordability because it costs less to build. Plenty of families will live at Jericho, but I would like to remind you as well that single people and couples need housing too. In Canada, they are the fastest growing group of households. In closing, I really want to recognize and thank the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh proponents for choosing to use their very limited land to meaningfully address our collective housing crisis. I think this proposal will be a great success and serve as an inspiration for many green, highly livable, and diverse developments in the future. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. The next speaker is Nicole Stambrick.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Nicole. Please go ahead.
Excellent. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Council, for your time and attention to this important issue today. My name is Nicole Steinbrecher, and I am a resident of Vancouver, not living in Point Grey. I am speaking tonight to voice my strong opposition to the Jericho Lands project as it currently stands. I would like to echo previous speakers who have spoken in support of mid-rise and human-scale sustainable development incorporating Canadian developed materials such as mass timber, all of which, from what I'm hearing so far, is not consistent with the current proposed project. I would also like to raise attention to historic neighborhood ward-based models of planning in the city, which this proposed plan disregards. Density proposed and the need for massive development of infrastructure is not environmentally minded and does not speak to thoughtful and sustainable development. It relies on transit plans that are not yet fully fledged or, to my knowledge, with planning in place. And as we all have heard, there will be significant increase in vehicle and human traffic. And for those hoping to travel car-free, I hope the proposed plan ultimately accounts for this. The plan does not honor historic city plans to create a livable space or livable spaces that honor accessible green space essential for a healthy community and city. And it does not appear to preserve important aspects of planning, such as preservation of public sightlines to natural landmarks like our mountains and oceans that are a core part of our city's natural beauty and identity that benefit residents and visitors alike. The plan, as I can tell so far, does not design space that buffers for climate crisis and warming, nor buffering for heat zones with buildings and towers that will be far above the height of trees that can provide significant protection for those kinds of situations. And we have also heard about the negative effects of shadow from buildings on surrounding public space and neighborhoods. Current examples of this are underway at Oak Ridge and Granville at Broadway, and I think it would be a detriment to our city and urban fabric to pursue a similar design at Jericho. Lastly, just to note that the ideal project design would meet the needs, I would hope, of people of all ages and life stages, everything from students, single persons, all the way through families to older adults. And I would hope that the ultimate neighborhood plan and tower design, as well as mid-level and lower density structures incorporated to this development, would meet the needs of all persons, all through the whole spectrum of human life, essentially. I think that's everything I have to add at this point. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Nicole. Our next speaker is Speaker 50, Catherine Rosetis.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Catherine. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much for staying late tonight. Thank you to the expert speakers who have voiced their opposition to this development plan, including Joan Rush's presentation on the threatened Swainson's thrush. I oppose the current Jericho Lands development plan. I am a low-income renter in Kitsilano area. The proposed towers and density are too massive for that area. I am worried about the impact on sensitive wildlife in the park areas and water, as well as the safety and cleanliness of these pristine recreational beaches, which are host to wildlife, including whales. These beaches are a major asset to all Vancouver residents. We need to maintain a buffer zone around these park areas. High-density development in this area will be disastrous for the park's water and surrounding heritage neighborhoods. A scaled-back, proportionate version of this plan would be much more appropriate, and I want to see missing middle, low-rise development, not concrete towers. I do support scaled development. City councilors, I urge you not to approve the development plan in its current form. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Okay, so Clerk, do we have any additional speakers on the line or in person? No, okay, perfect. Seeing no further speakers, the speakers list is now closed. Seeing there are a few public comments received after 5 p.m., I'm now closing the receipt of public comments. Okay, so the meeting is recessed until Tuesday, April the 22nd at 3 p.m. in Council Chamber, conducted in person and also by electronic means. To continue with closing comments from the applicants and the staff, question to staff, and debate and decision on item 1, and subsequently deal with item 2. I remind Council that it is very important you do not engage in any discussion or correspondence in regard to the remaining applications. Thanks, everyone. Have a good night. Thanks. Thanks.